You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling, 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 still calling, still calling.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Tethys. Hey! You're not Tethys. Screw you, and don't ever call here again. You're fucking with some serious people.
Disconnect tone. An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the fell building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. The pipe is sleek with rain. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere in the building. The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one. Behind the pipe, the maintenance door. The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
Wow. Okay then. So yeah, streamers, when you do the most recent Windows update, it's going to fucking turn your microphone off. Great for that. Thanks. Yeah. So the fucking the source in OBS was not working, for fuck's sake. Spotify is still working as the audio capture. TV is still the audio capture for the game. You guys can hear the game, I believe. So yeah, sorry about that, chat. I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but you know, Discord audio capture for co-op streams. Desk mic I'm not using. Emulator audio capture for capturing audio from an emulator program if I need. Headset audio is not being captured. That's headphones Arctis 7 game. Right, apologies, chat. The fucking recent Windows update. Decided to fucking delete some of my audio settings, which is just fucking great, isn't it? Not to mention the fact that the most recent game ready drivers kind of made my GPU shit the bed. And Pizza, like a good friend of the stream, her OBS just doesn't have encoder options in OBS anymore. Like her GPU encoder just doesn't show up in OBS. She's gonna have to do a DDU and completely reinstall the fucking drivers for the GPU, because the drivers, the GPU works, but you can't encode anything. So all the drivers for the encoders that are on the GPU don't exist anymore, which is fucked. And yeah, whenever I'm capturing clips in Battlefield, they're way more compressed. So even at 25 megabytes per second, megabits per second, the clips are really compressed, and like the text on the screen's all fuzzy, and I'm like, so it's not capturing. So yeah, I don't know what the fuck they've done, but yeah, Nvidia have fucked that up. Windows Update has fucked some other stuff up. Yeah, great. So the first fucking 20 minutes of my YouTube playthrough of this game, second playthrough doing 100%, is me fucking talking to myself muted. Thanks Windows, thanks Microsoft. I'm going to install Linux on my laptop. My MacBook, I'm going to install Linux and start using Linux on my MacBook for just watching streams and doing a few bits and pieces. And I'll get used to using Proton or Cinnamon Mint or whatever it is that people are using that's similar to Windows, and just slowly build myself an understanding of Linux. And then I'm just going to fuck Windows off. It's ridiculous. Ready update anything now because it's always fucked. It always fucking this is it. I mean, I don't know if you're having this problem as well, but the File Explorer, like the little folder with a blue tab at the bottom that you click on to like browse files, that crashes. My fucking File Explorer crashes. Like, I can't open up folders and stuff. Not network folders, they lag because they're network. But I mean, like, when I'm fucking, like, trying to open up a new tab with another folder to move something to it, it crashes. I have to close it and reopen it. And when I close and then end the task of the File Explorer, the start bar goes away, because that's all part of the same thing. Like, Windows 11 is absolute hot garbage. Like, Windows 10 was fairly solid. It had its problems, but yeah. Windows 11 is fucking dog shit, man. It's fucking dog shit. And the amount of fucking times sorry, I'm getting stressed. I fucking asked this new thing. I don't even know what it's fucking called. Sorry, it pisses me off. This new thing, I don't even know what it's fucking called. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I've already closed it. But it's some new command platform or something. Where the fuck is it? It showed up in one of the updates recently. And even though I've taken it out of startup apps and I've fucking closed it and told it within its own settings not to open at login, it always opens at login. And I have no doubt it's probably some sort of fucking AI scraping thing that's fucking basically trying to steal all my fucking information. But yeah, dudes, I am fucking literally at the end of my rope with Windows. Microsoft have fallen off. Because the thing is, everybody's always complained about Microsoft, and I've always been a Mac user, right? Everyone's always complained about Microsoft, but I always assumed, right, that it's just because everybody's on Windows, right? You're always going to get a certain amount of people complaining. I thought, because everybody has to use Windows, it means they've only got Windows to complain about. So that's why I see. But no, it's fucking dog shit. It's actual dog shit. Don't get me wrong, I know Apple aren't perfect, but fuck me. Like, this is dog shit. I have more problems with this fucking PC than any other piece of technology in my life. My phone, my fucking earbuds, my watch, my laptop, everything else is fine. But my work laptop and my fucking home PC, both on Windows 11, always have issues. And this is it. Kids are like, oh, you know, PCs are so much better than console. I'm like, my brother, like, you get an extra 15, 20 frames a second, cool. But it's such a headache. They're like, no, it's not a headache at all. I'm like, shut the fuck up, you're lying. You're fucking lying. I have both. I have a console and I have a PC. I use both of them for streaming, right? I use both of them for gaming, right? I can tell you from real life experience, PC is more hassle than console. Console, you don't get quite as many frames. You might drop down to like 50-ish frames sometimes, and you might only get 900p instead of 1080p. But for fucking 560 quid, you just put the fucking game in the machine and you push start and you're done. That is it. You just start playing the fucking video game. You are done. You just enjoy it. I really genuinely, like, I hate this fucking PC Master Race argument, because now that I have both, because for the longest time I only had a Mac, but I used a Windows computer for work, so I had Mac and Windows, and the argument, I was like, dude, they're both good at certain things. Not you, but I was like saying to whoever was arguing, they're both good at certain things. I promise you, I don't want to edit photos and edit video on a Windows computer. I don't want to do it, but I don't want to do like fucking my job fixing databases on a Mac. I don't want to do that. You know, they have different advantages, but yeah, I see it with console and PC as well. And I'm like, mate, people will argue over this shit constantly. There's many complaints from people on iOS and the newest updates suck compared to before. I mean, a single company sucks. Yeah, every single company, mostly because they use AI coding. Sony for PlayStation is removing people's games from their libraries and deleting their playtime for months now. Imagine 30 of your games are just gone because of a bad update and you can't download them. Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, dudes, I genuinely think there's going to be some huge, like, exodus from any and all technology. I think that, like, me and a bunch of other people that are in their 30s and 40s are going to be like, you know what, I'm fucking done with this. I'm just done. Like, I'm just not going to do this anymore. I'm not interacting with this shit anymore. Because, yeah, I'm actively looking at ways to remove technology from my life. I'm trying to make my life as tech-free as possible, because it's just a fucking joke. It's a meme. And the thing is, it's not even hardware. Hardware's had issues for a while now, because everyone's trying to make everything for the lowest possible price, right? Everyone's going for the lowest common. It's a race to the bottom because of capitalism, right? Everybody's trying to make everything as cheap as possible, and that's why everything sucks, right? But there is a certain degree of, like, you know, mechanical, like, what's the word? Like, things work to a certain degree. Like, the handle that you have to hold on to is plastic, not metal, and it's got, like, you know, a tacky, horrible, cheap rubber grip rather than a nice rubber grip that's, like, comfortable. But yeah, you can kind of hang on. Oh, there's a room in here. Oh, I see. Ah, there's Krasmazov.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
It's like, hardware is like kind of annoying, but not that. And, like, you know, my GPU, it's not the hardware. The hardware is incredibly capable. It's the fucking mustachioed. It's the fucking software. Software is such a fucking bullshit part of the tech world right now. It's every single fucking problem I have with technology. It's always software, and it's always because of a feature I didn't ask for. Like my computer, there is so much shit I don't want, and then something breaks something that I want to use, and it's so infuriating how every single fucking thing I have, from my car, I mean, my car's kind of old, but if I got a new car, software, a sensor that you can't reset yourself. You have to hardware reset it at the factory or at the fucking dealership, right? Because they want control. And my computer, it's trying to scrape everything I do for AI, you know, and then my fucking phone is listening to everything I say. Tiger, welcome in. How's it going? How about a RAM kit that was 120 euros before it's 800 euros because of yeah, and hard drives and fucking CPUs, everything, man. And the thing is, I'm waiting because via Amazon, I can get a 32-inch QD OLED, 200. Thank you for the streak. I appreciate that. Make sure the volume is the right. Yeah, there we go. So I've had a look around, and I can get an Asus ROG Strix, whatever the fuck it's called, QD OLED, 32-inch, 240 hertz. 0.3 millisecond greater gray, you know, OLED screen for £74.69 a month for 10 months in a row, which I think is a pretty, you know, it's going to be somewhere between £700 and £800, but the monitor is £700 to £800. So I don't think I'm getting charged that much interest because it's only over 10 months. So I think £700-ish, but that will get me a 4K OLED screen, which is basically the last screen I'm going to need for the next, what, 5-6 years, maybe, you know, 10 years. I'm not going to be doing 4K 240 for like at least 8 years. So I'm not going to, that screen isn't going to, you know, be pushed too hard for years. At least 5 to 6 years, yeah. And obviously over the course of 5 to 6 years, £700, that investment in price, but the amount of quality I'm going to get from it, I can play games on it and everything. I can game at my desk, which is important. The only problem is I have to use it for work as well, because it'll have to be my work screen as well, which I'm a little bit nervous about because obviously productivity, having boxy windows on the screen all the time is not good for the burn-in. However, I don't tend to have the brightness on my monitors turned up very high at all. And I've never really struggled with burn-in on any of my other displays, even though QD OLED is a bit more, you know, likely to burn in. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way I can control having my, like, because the thing is, my space monitor is really nice for work. It's 4K, it's 60 hertz, it's a nice big chunky screen. I'm just thinking, can I get an arm so I can move my OLED monitor to be in front of it, and I can just, because it's a space monitor, so it's literally just the thing on an arm. I can lift it to be 90 degrees with the table, so it's like up really high. So I'm thinking I might be able to move it out of the way and then move the gaming monitor into the way when I want it, but I don't want to keep moving it because I know it's not going to be good for the arm. But yeah, I'm thinking about getting like that kind of screen, because I think 32 is a decent sized monitor where I can sit far enough away from it that it's almost like a TV, because I have a 50-inch TV at the other side of the room, but if I just sat a bit closer to a 32-inch screen, it's the same thing, right? And at 4K, because the pixel density is going to be better, the picture should look really nice. And it's OLED, so the picture should look really nice. But anyway. Racing's done a burn-in test for years now, the newer screens. I watched the video, yeah. They had two windows, one light mode and one dark mode for like it was like several years, and they were doing like 9-10 hour days just doing productivity work with a monitor. And even without any protection, they're trying to burn it in. They're doing the worst case scenario for the longest time, hours and hours a day, and they only just saw like a bit of a line down the middle. So the burn-in wasn't super, super bad. I'm pretty sure, because I have the monitor the brightness turned down a little bit, because I don't like super bright screens. They're not for me. Yeah, I think I should be okay. Yeah, I think they're better than they were, I think. Obviously, I mean, trouble is, for a while now, I've been reading about QD OLED providing a bunch of advantages, but like I was chatting to you, if you're in a very bright room, you have to have it so bright that the blacks stop being black, which is a shame. Whereas WOLED is great because it's got a white pixel for the light, and then the colors can be as dark as they want, because you don't have to have, you know, the brightness from the screen doesn't come from the colors, it comes from the white pixel because it's WOLED. I read about that. But yeah, I don't have to have the screen brightness down. I mean, that space monitor, I've had the brightness down on like, you know, a third. Out of 100, it's on like 30%. Because I just don't have monitors. My TV is on like, you know, I don't even know what the brightness is. I actually have my monitors reasonably dim. I don't have them like super bright because I don't like it, to be honest. It hurts my eyes, especially at 120 hertz. But yeah. Was yesterday, ran and got my phone. Did you get a new phone? Very happy with that. That's all I can say. I haven't tried QD OLED, so I can't really say anything. Yeah, well, the thing is, I think most of the consensus I've read online is if you can control the ambient light in the room that you're going to be using the monitor in, QD OLED takes it. If you're in a room that's a bit bright, WOLED's extra brightness because of the white pixel controlling the brightness helps in bright rooms. But this room isn't that bright. So I think in my case, QD might be the way to go.
Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
You shudder.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here.
For Tandem W, now Tandem W, 4th gen panel matches QD OLED and color reproduction. I was about to get to the point where, yeah, I've just noticed that Tandem, where there are multiple, so you've got like, yeah, you've got multiple WOLEDs like layers or something, and then because you've got multiple, you can now get the peak brightness that you got with QD. So now I'm looking into that as well. Yeah, Tandem, yeah, you've got, yeah, I can't remember how they explained it, but yeah, you've got two of the same technologies feeding into the same pixel array on the front of the screen. And therefore, with two panels, but I haven't read into the fact that if you've got two panels in there, is it like disgustingly expensive? Because, you know, if it's going to be 1,400 quid because it's two £700 monitors molded together to be one Tandem OLED, Tandem WOLED, I'm not going, I mean, even spending 600, 700 pounds on a monitor is crazy to me. That's like TV, but it is the specs. It is a TV basically. It's just a small TV that's going to go on my desk. But yeah, cheapest OLED monitor so far. Really? Okay. I'll have to look at Tandem WO, because I mean, have ASUS done a panel yet? Because who does the panels for the ASUS one? Because it's usually LG or Samsung, right? Because I imagine the Tandem WOLEDs, they'll be doing them like privately with their own firm first. They won't sell the panels to anyone else. They want to get in there. WOLED QD is Samsung. Oh, okay, so I need to look at LG screens. Okay, future breadcrumbs, make a note to look up Tandem WOLED LG screens, because LG make the panels, which means you're probably going to get the best deal, hopefully the best manufacturing with the least chance of dead pixels and so on and so forth. That is the next quest, is to look into Tandem WOLED. Because, yeah, I don't want to buy QD and then within 2 years, everyone's like, yeah, QD's fucking dead. They're not going to make drivers that take advantage of it. Everything's going to lean towards Tandem WOLED. Because, yeah, but I have a feeling that's going to happen anyway. But, yeah, anyway. The lieutenant doesn't seem to share your enthusiasm a long time ago. How long? All these secret weapons, caches, and secret bunkers. Maybe I should move in here. Seems cozy. Can it connect to Mazov?
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Half a century? This was probably part of the network
Daddy
of defense
Dennis
posts
says, what
the
do you
Commonwealth
call an
built
ambulance
against
with a flat
Insulindian
tire? A flatulence.
Flatulence. Oh no, where's the button? Excuse me. Wouldn't go on an LG model. They don't offer any promised warranty or burn-in, and Gigabyte and Asus does. 3-year burn-in warranty on both Asus and Gigabyte. Yeah, this is the trouble. I mean, I don't want to do this during a fucking playthrough, but are they making Tandem OLEDs yet? Ah, they do. Okay. They do. They do. Oh. Oh. Using wire. So, dual mode Tandem OLED technology for every win. So they do make a 32 WOLED. Okay. Oh, how much is it going to cost though? How much is it going to cost? I mean, the 27 is only fucking 498 quid, 468 quid, which I don't quite understand that. Let's Scan computers. Higher brightness, richer colours, and a significantly longer lifespan than traditional single-layer OLEDs. Yeah. So yeah, I think tandem WOLED is the way to go. But it's this one. So I don't think I've got Amazon logged in on this one, so it's fine. I can search for it here. How much are we saying? Is it? Yeah. Is that what we just searched for? No, it's QWMS. Don't know if it's on here yet. But yeah, you can see that like a QD. Is that a QD or a W? Yeah, they're 700 quid. So they're really not cheap. And then there's like fucking dozens of other ones that are trying to muscle in on that. But yeah, we're looking for a WMS. Okay, so I'm gonna have to look for that one. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I need to take my medication. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll leave that there for now. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. I'll take care of that in just a sec. But yes, I think after doing all the fucking research and new technology emerges and completely... Does anyone else get that when you're researching something for months and months and months before you drop £500-600 on something? And then just as you're about to make your choice, just as you've agonized over it and thought, you know what, I'm just going to have to lean towards that one. It's probably the best bet. I'm going to go with that. A new version of something comes out that's now suddenly a little bit better. That it makes the other one, the other choices seem like they're. And it's like, oh fuck me, man! I hate consumerism so much. But welcome in, Dennis. It's good to see you, dude. First to second place up, press. Yes, I don't think anyone's. You got third though. GG's. Not sure it's 4K though. Project Here's is going to cost you around £1,000 or more. Yeah, might only make 1440p tandem WLEDs. And I would kind of be okay with that. I think I would be okay with 1440p if it brings the price down. Because the thing is, I wanted to get a 4K OLED so I'm then future-proofed, right? Because if it's going to be 500 quid for a 1440p OLED, yeah, fuck Microsoft. If it's going to be 500 quid for a 1440p OLED, which might then feel a bit sort of under sort of, yeah, if it's not going to, yeah, because I'm not gaming at 4K now, but 5, 6, 10 years down the line, who knows? And I feel like a good display is a good display. You know, you can use it for all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking like I want to get a 4K monitor. I don't need 240. I think 165 or 120 hertz is enough, but unfortunately most of the decent 4K ones, they're 240 as well. So whatever, I don't want to go down the 240 hertz route just yet. 120 hertz is enough for me and my old man eyes. 240 hertz would melt my eyes. So yeah, like ideally, Krill, welcome in. Dude, I'm gonna fucking ban you. Dumber than most, welcome and how's it going? You playing the fucking Argentinian fucking national anthem? Come on, man, come on. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of that. Welcome in, Chris. Good to see you, dude. I was just about to buy an OLED, and then they started releasing tandem. Yeah, it's fucked. 1440 is much cheaper. Yeah, this is it. 2740 is higher pixel density than 4K 42. Yes, exactly. But if I want to get a 32, because I've got a 32-inch 4K display over there, but it's not any good for gaming. But yeah, display technology, man, it's such a fucking minefield. There's so many considerations to make. It's such a headache. I had it starting off my stream last night too, because just in case you came in, like, really hoping for an England win, even though I was still bitter about 20 euros. Yeah, 4K 32 is yeah, this is ever so slightly, but it's not a huge difference. Yeah, it's ever so slightly high. And the thing is, I'm going to be playing at 1440p, you know, mostly anyway. I mean, if a game runs at 4K and it's 120 FPS locks, then I will. But for Battlefield, 1440p 120 is kind of a decent. But it's weird. I feel like, you know, I use 70-80% of my GPU playing Battlefield at 1440p, but it can't lock 120. And I'm like, you know, it's a bit weird. So I might set the internal frame limit in the GPU settings to be 160 and then have my TV refreshing at 120 hertz and see how that works. But yeah, exact resolution I prefer. I think I have 34, 1440. 2 Danes versus 1 Swede. We rise. But yeah, no, we just didn't. We didn't play the best football for the first half, and then we went super defensive in the second half, and it completely removed any chance of our counter attack. And then we still conceded. So, you know, we just didn't quite make the right choices. And Argentina, they've always been a bit of an aggressive, sort of boots in first kind of team. And they shouldn't be that way. The ref should really fucking come down on them. But, you know, That's just how football is. Bargentina, we sometimes call them, because they fucking run into each other, or they run into your team. But arguably, Bellingham, Kane, Gordon, they're talented enough to work around them rather than having to try and go through them. They're talented enough to, and they didn't quite, And we weren't lumping balls in the air because they're a very small team. Like, not to be rude or anything, but it is just a fact when it comes to the sports side of things. Argentinians are very short. They're very small people, right? And the fact that we weren't lumping balls in the air was just, we had a few corners and a couple, but we weren't getting the ball up in the air enough and taking advantage, because Bellingham was at least half a foot taller than a lot of their forwards. So, and Kane's not short, which obviously affects their stamina, but it does make them very deadly at heading the ball in, And I don't know who that, their keeper, I think their keeper was Martinez. The keeper was reasonably tall because, they would find a tall person for the goal. But yeah, Messi and a bunch of the other ones, they're not tall people. So when the ball's in the air, they're at a massive disadvantage. And I don't think we use that enough. We did cross a few balls in, but you can't really cross a ball in without it being in the air. So I don't think that there were, enough opportunities where we got the ball up in the air instead of just dribbling it. I think we could have gone over their heads. Not to be disrespectful, but it's just how sports is won. You find your weaknesses, you find their weaknesses, and then you exploit them. It's just unfortunately how sport is. And mark my words, I think Spain will have the ball in the air a lot more. I think Spain, who are a fucking good side, I think Spain will have the ball in the air a lot. Watch. Mark my words. I think they'll have the ball up in the air quite a lot. Ivy Saw, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. And what I don't get is people on 60 Hz monitors complaining about having under 200 FPS. Like, you can't see. Yeah. It's a Messi chokehold slam on Bellingham was crazy. Yeah. Well, yeah. And obviously Messi's a small guy, so he's going to get pushed around. But yeah, go on the last 5 minutes. So yeah, to be honest, their second goal was fucking disgustingly good. I'm sorry. He wasn't marked. He fucking pinged it. Even Jordan Pickford, who's a fucking incredible goalkeeper. He's carried us to the fucking whistle a bunch of times. Even he couldn't get on it. It was a fucking absolute cannon of a shot. And yeah, it was going to go in. As soon as he pinged it, I was like, fuck's sake, that's going really quickly. Pickford hasn't got enough time to respond to it. That was a fucking shot. But we didn't stand on him. We just gave him the space. And of course he was going to shoot. Anyway, I'm not an expert, but yeah. Reason why I might care about the FPS values it hurts is because your higher FPS to lower your latency. Yes, this is true. And also sometimes certain games, the server latency as well as your frames being generated, you can only the game can only generate frames based on information. So if you have a higher frame rate, you get that information sooner. Ever so slightly, but yeah. Stabby, welcome in as again. New Twitch mobile layout is interesting. Looks good, to be fair. Oh, are you watching the stream in vertical? Because yes, I can stream to vertical and horizontal at the same time. But yeah, Messi deserved a red. He's too popular though, isn't he? Same as Ronaldo and Mbappe and a few others. A red is death threats, and it shouldn't be, but it is. We're taller than Norwegians on average. Here we go. He's talking about heights. Average Denmark. Never mind, they said England. New Twitch mobile is a bit. Norway is 100. Big feet. Looks ugly as fuck. Same as Hamilton. Deserves only red. Watching the vertical simply to chat. To have you on the TV. Well, there you go. Well, I hope you enjoy the vertical. I've got a vertical thing here I can see, and I can send the video feed for horizontal and vertical to Twitch as one feed. It just has two canvases. I hope in the future we can do the same with YouTube, and then I hope we can add in some other vertical feeds. I've heard bad things about streaming on TikTok. I've heard and seen bad things about TikTok streams, so I'm a bit tentative to bother putting the effort into streaming there, even though they keep fucking sending me invitations. You're supposed to get 1,000 followers, but I've only got like 200 or something. But because I post loads of clips and I get engagement, not a lot, but some, they want me to go live. And like I say, I've heard so many fucking cringy stories about TikTok streaming that I'm a little bit kind of like...
I think the purpose of this bunker
nervous to try it.
Propaganda. Would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Just realised 11 centimetres over the Denmark average. Nice. Missed the Argentinian national anthem. Denmark is 181.89. Norway is 180.4. You said 175. Even the Norwegians are taller than you. Starting another civil war in the chat about height now.
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
But yes, we didn't get the ball up in the air enough. We didn't abuse their short stature of team, and yeah, we just didn't. We didn't play defensively enough. Like I say, somebody just had a fucking clear shot just outside the 6-yard box. They were literally just unmarked, just there. And yeah, we took all the sting out of our team going super defensive to try and take it to penalties, and we still conceded. But obviously, once we've subbed 3 people on to defend, taken off probably some people that might have been good for attacking, like Gordon and a few others. Yeah, Kane was up there on his own because we'd switched to a more defensive, let's take it to penalties and try and win on penalties as a more sort of a sensible approach, which I agree with. But yeah, Kane being up front on his own, Kane hasn't been that sharp the whole tournament. Bellingham's been all over it, but he seemed to be a bit further back, so he wasn't anywhere really near the goal when it needed to happen. But yeah, even though we went super defensive, it just didn't work. Argentina just fucking pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And yeah, Pickford can only save so many. I think a few people are going to give Pickford shit, but Pickford's a fucking amazing goalkeeper. Like an amazing goal. Some of the saves in World Cups he's pulled off have carried us so hard. So yeah, Pickford and Bellingham have got absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Gordon hasn't got anything, but Kane wasn't really pushing enough, in my opinion. I don't know how old he is now, but yeah, I don't think he was pushing anywhere near as hard as he could have done. He seemed to be a bit sort of soft on it, and his positioning really annoyed me. He was either so on top of the ball he couldn't do anything with it, or the ball just went straight past him. He just wasn't ever in the slot. And it's weird because, he is Harry Kane, right? But, it is what it is. England should have used Kane, aka the best striker in the world. I mean, Bellingham scored way more goals than him. And Bellingham's goals were way more complicated as well, but yeah. People get spam bloody gifts. So, yeah, roses and jewels, and people are... And basically, the thing about TikTok streaming is... Because when it first started, this NPC streamer where you just do what the chat says, like they bark orders at you and you just do it and then they give you money, it created this kind of paradigm where that's what people expect. Plus, the thing about TikTok is people flick through TikTok, and that means they're way less invested in the stream that they're currently watching. So they'll be a complete dick because as soon as you kick them out, they're just going to go find it. And I know the same is kind of true of Twitch, but it's not the same audience, it's not the same environment. It's way more sort of, whatever, I'll just find something else, which means they're a lot less respectful in the chat. And you guys know me, I've got pretty thick skin, and I'm more worried about you guys being upset than me. People can say whatever they fucking want to me, I don't give a fuck, It's just words, If somebody isn't going to fucking swing and punch me in the face, I don't care. Like, they can say whatever they want, it's just words. If they try and hit me, then it's a problem, But it's going to be a problem for them as well. But yeah, I don't want to have this entire avenue of just toxic 19 or 9-year-olds fucking asking me to fucking mime sucking a dick or something so they'll give me some diamonds or some... It's just, it literally seems just like a complete waste of my time as a creator. I don't think it's going to grow the channel. It's not going to help me raise money for charity. It just seems like it would be a bit of a novelty that would be more annoying than beneficial, so I just haven't bothered with it, but yeah. Do a flip. Do you know what? I should get a thing that fucking makes my webcam do a flip, but I don't want to start investing into stuff at the moment. I just want to play video games and talk to you guys. 200% far right swearing too on TikTok. Well, yeah, apparently there's all sorts of horrible shit being said to people on TikTok on stream. So yeah, wasn't playing for Tottenham for 90% of his life. He would have been in the GOAT debate. I don't know, man. I think the reason he's been playing for Tottenham for his whole life is because he is who he is. That's the thing. He would have been picked up by Manchester City or by one of the really fucking massive teams if he provided something that was, So yeah, it's like Formula One. People are like, Lewis Hamilton, it's just the car. Max Verstappen, it's just the car. Kimi Raikkonen, it's just the car. It's not. It's them developing the car. They take a bad car and they make it into a good car, and then they win races. That's how Formula One works. That's why people spend millions and millions and millions of pounds developing a Formula One car, but the driver can't make it work. Charles Leclerc is a good driver, but he can't develop a car. He hasn't got that kind of experience. Lewis has been in the team for a year and a half, 2 years. The car's fucking at the front of the field all of a sudden, qualifying first, on podiums immediately. Because he can develop a car, because he's got the know-how. Kimmy is Kimmy. Exactly. Kimmy would have told them what the car needed and they would have done it and it would have made the car faster because it's Kimmy. You know, he's a fucking good driver. Best thing about Kane is he can't speak English. He's not very articulate, but yeah, he's a footballer. This is, you know, it's rugby players and boxers and football players. They shove a microphone in their faces and expect them to be all fucking articulate. Especially boxers. They ask boxers these questions about round 2 after an 11-round bout. And I'm sorry, the guy just got punched in the head by somebody who is equally as talented as him at fighting. Right, a pugilist who is on equal terms with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fight worth watching. And you're asking him questions about something that happened like 8-10 minutes ago, 15 to 20 minutes ago, maybe even half an hour ago. I'm sorry. The guy just got punched in the head for like 20 minutes collectively, if you add it all together. Stop asking him fucking questions the second they get out of the ring. The guy probably doesn't even know his own fucking name. He's just been in a fucking, like a proper fight. No running, no fucking hiding. He had to just take the punches to the face and punch the other guy in the face until one of them got knocked out. You know, they're not going to be fucking like, you know, Shakespeare after a fucking boxing match. And that's not to fucking mention the fact that just because they're good at boxing doesn't mean they can articulate that very well, which is why it's super hard to find commentators that are good. So many commentators are terrible because they know the sport, but they don't know how to fucking talk about it. Anyway, different fucking topic. Go by statistics, goals per minute. Erling Haaland. Kimmy's just doing it for a hobby. Erling isn't as good of a season as Kane. Erling, both matches. In the match against England, Haaland didn't really seem. I mean, I know he doesn't usually seem that bothered, but he's always there when it matters. But he just wasn't. It's weird. And I think he needs a team that's going to support him in the way that makes him the best. And that's just how striking is. You can't be everywhere all the time. You know, it's just not how striking works. You are where you are, and your team needs to know that. The team needs to put the ball through to you so you can do what you do. It's a team sport. But yeah, he just never seemed to be in the slot. Same as Kane, just never seemed to be in the slot. But strangely enough, maybe World Cup football's changed. Messi didn't seem to be in the mix as much as I thought, even though Argentina won. But Messi wasn't in the mix. I think they were more about creating opportunities than using them. But yeah. Goals per minute in the World Cup. If driving F1 spins out of control, starts doing donuts on the grass if you spin me right around. Most goal chances are Mbappe. I'm looking forward to seeing what France do, but I think Spain are going to... Yeah, I think Spain are going to put the ball over Argentina's head a lot. Wouldn't even get a car off the line. Yeah, the clutches in those things are fucking terrifying. Best commentator. Well, this is the thing. Zlatan's funny, but in terms of like genuinely speaking about the game, you know, you've got Shearer was doing some great commentary. Rooney, who is arguably incredibly talented at the game, knows a lot about how the game is played, but can't quite always articulate it super well. Then a couple of others. But yeah, it's difficult to find people that are good at the sport, that have enough knowledge about the sport to then talk about the sport while it's being played and make good points, which is why, you know, Henri and Micah and a few others, they're so good at what they do because they know the game. And yeah, with Formula One, they've been, you know, Crofty's okay, you know, Rangan, what's his name? Karun Chandok. Not Ranganathan, sorry, Karun Chandok and a couple of others. They have a point to make, but at the same time, I don't think they're getting given good information. And I think they're also told, I think they're also being told to commentate Formula One a certain way, and they can't just speak freely, which is probably one of the reasons. Because yeah, I feel like sometimes they're talking about something like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like there's something interesting going on, but they have to get these fucking buzzwords out of the way because Liberty Media think they know what they're doing. But anyway, we do have an ad break coming up and then we come back. I'm going to play the game. I apologize, but we are going to play the game when I come back. I promise. But yes, we've been chatting about monitors and then football and now commentating. But yeah, no reason to fight the English if they don't have a goal to plunder. Yeah, we don't. Well, this is it. The people are talking about, oh, Brexit's ruined investment in the UK. There's nothing left to invest in. Capitalism and the ownership of capital, late stage capitalism, means that everything's been bought. There's no frontier to invest in. There's no fucking gold in them hills anymore. Everything, all energy, fucking infrastructure, travel, food, housing, you know, everything. It's all owned already. It's all been conglomerized by a handful of wealthy families. There's nothing to invest in the UK anymore. So why would people bother? That's what it is. But anyway, we have got an ad break. I'm going to pop you guys over on the BLB screen. I'm going to do a quick stretch and come back. And then hopefully I can choose some more communist choices in this dialogue tree so I can get my communist cop rating up to get that trophy. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment and then we'll carry on. fucking clip player, excuse me, is literally the most like unreliable part of any live stream is the highlight reel of clips. It's such a nice thing to put on the BRB screen, but I have to find a new like platform or a new third party to do it every 6 months because Twitch just refuses to leave the fucking API alone. They keep fucking changing it, and then all the services that do clip reels break. And the people that, after a while, the people that offer that service are like, do you know what? Fuck this. I can't be arsed with this anymore. And then because there isn't one that does it, somebody else is like, well, I could be really popular if I make a clip reel player. So somebody else makes one. You got to set it up. You got to give them your email. Oh, fuck. It's so annoying. Excuse me. Welcome back. Ain't old as fuck saying I'm just an arsehole. Don't pretend. Monarchist. Epilepsy chat blinking. That's fuck. Tiger, what phone you got? The Pixel was next to my disposable camera's got a charm to it. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Is that an insult? Right. Excuse me. Let's play the fucking video game. But yes, this is the thing, chat. This is the thing. Is that you're supposed to have like an engaged chat that you're talking to all the time. But if I'm talking to the chat, I can't play the video game quite as much. And if I can't play the video game as much, then the fucking playthrough for YouTube doesn't work. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. Excuse me.
Millions of depictions.
Yeah,
of
welcome in
Nazis
as again.
have been produced.
I'm never engaged.
They're
Yeah.
not all connected.
Aren't you married with
Besides,
kids?
that looked like some
You're
students.
engaged in some ways,
The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
You never play games, yeah, but I do play the game. I play the game, but the games like this make me very, very talkative because it's a dialogue tree-driven game, obviously. Talking to you guys is one of my favourite things about streaming, obviously. And yeah, there's a lot to talk about at the moment, So, yeah, but...
You mean like Ruby? No. I think we've stumbled on a piece of...
Lucky I remember who I am and where I am. Damn, I'm not funny. The response time to look. As if everything can be an insult, including Krill. This is true. Apple 12 mini. Yeah. Because I agree. There are definitely smartphones out there from 2002, 2003. And I look at the pictures I took with them and I'm like, yeah, they're blurry by today's standards, but the way those glass elements captured light, and they were trying to make the best of a bad situation because it was a phone from 2002 or something, 2005 or 2004 or whatever. Yeah, like they couldn't do an awful lot with the resolution, but they tried to do as much as possible with the colors because Apple's like that. Yeah, they try and do the best they can. Same slip windows. Yeah, that's the one on there. Yeah, we saw that one outside. It is the same one. Who's that? Welcome to Comrade Crumbs. In Soviet Russia, Crumbs breads you. You just suck, bro. Suck, but sick too. Mine's from 2020. Yeah, this is it. And I love old disposable cameras. There's something very charming about how they do their best with limited materials, and it's hilarious because there is a company, or it's just a guy who runs a small company, where they take the lens element out of disposable cameras and put them in this lens cap that's like an Oreo print on the front, and it's like a lens cap they've put the disposable camera lens into, so you can put that on a modern camera, and it creates this weird like pancake pinhole disposable camera lens for like modern cameras. And it's hilarious to me how people have like £600-700 worth of camera, but then they put this cheap plasticky, like 3D printed, like disposable camera lens on there and take pictures. They're like, yeah, man, they got so much soul. I'm like, yeah, but you could have just bought a disposable camera. They give you the negatives afterwards. You can then develop them as much as you want. But yeah, the Shadow Blood King, welcome in. How's it going? Crumbs is your only bread, now shut it. Children yearn for the mines. How do they even make them so damn cheap? I remember being cheap as like €10. Or the disposable cameras. How's it going, dude, Krill? It's me, Matt. Oh, is that Spider Matt? Welcome in. You changed your name. Trying to throw us off, but the colour was the same. So, useful as a poorly crocheted condom. Only reason I still have because my mum bought it for me Christmas and she passed in 2023. I see. So yeah, you want to keep it going. Yeah. Right, excuse me.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of.
There's a ladder there for it. Time to ban krill, I agree. Zato, I won't say in case you ever play it, Brett. Something to do with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I played the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the first chunk that they released.
Outside
And I wasn't vibing with it.
Another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker.
I feel like if they'd done a better job of hybridizing the like melee action, like, you know, you actually fight with the buttons and everything, but there's turn-based menuing kind of aspects as well. I feel like if they'd hybridized those two systems together, where they sort of, the pros of one outdo the cons of the other, and it creates this new way of thinking about it that's really interesting, that would have been great. But they didn't. They kind of just krill bat. They kind of just put both in there at the same time, and I felt like for the turn-based fights to feel fun, the enemies have to be super tanky and spongy. But that made the melee combat feel really long-winded and tedious. Like you were running around fucking constantly fucking smashing buttons, doing the same fucking attacks over and over again. And yeah, even though I love the characters, I love the story, I love the environments, and it looked amazing, it was like the full fucking package. Like everything was there, but I just feel like they should have just fucking stuck to turn-based or made it into a full-blown melee action game. Because menuing all the fucking time to heal, and then the amount of time I spend trying to heal everybody, I then take another hit because I'm fucking doing so much menuing. It became incredibly circular. I got into this negative feedback loop, and I was like, this isn't equaling fun. You know, I'm not enjoying this. This is feeling super fucking awkward. And what's fucking crazy to me, right, is that I'll play, you know, Expedition 33. I'll play Chrono Trigger. I'll play fucking Final Fantasy, the original. You know, I'll play a turn-based game. I don't mind. You know, I don't mind. But what's crazy to me is that playing like a menu-driven turn-based RPG game, if that's the right term for them, I'm not too sure, it feels less tedious than fucking trying to do what Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake made it feel more tedious than it actually is. It's crazy. Because I was trying to use the sort of freedom of movement, and actually, you know, it was kind of like Devil May Cry for a little bit. You know, little bits of the fight. It was kind of like Devil May Cry. But yeah, it felt tedious. Like both of it, like the menuing felt tedious compared to the melee, and the melee was so long-winded because of the menuing and the turn-based combat needing big tanky enemies. It created this very, very circular negative feedback loop where it just started to feel way too much like a grind. And I was like, this feels so much more grindy than it needs to be. Like, I don't mind grinding a boss fight, but yeah, I was just trying to struggle just to fucking heal all the fucking... Once you take a few hits, the next fucking 5 minutes is just you trying to avoid damage whilst getting off the healing spells that get everybody back to a level of health where they're actually combat effective, because they can take another hit and not die. And then, yeah, one of them takes another hit before you get a chance, and then they're dead, and you got a fucking Phoenix down or fucking getting back up again. And I was like, Jesus Christ, this is so fucking tedious. Like, I haven't enjoyed, like, 70% of this fight. And then we'd get past that fight, and then there'd be some smaller fights that were kind of fun. And then the next big fight would come up, and it'd drive me up the fucking wall again. I was like, I can't do this. And that was just the first... I think I got, like, halfway through the first third of the entire project. There's another 2 games to buy that are going to be like, you know, another third, 2/3 of the one I was on, and then obviously that total length again twice. I was like, nah, I'm not going down this road. I've only dipped my toe in it and done a few streams. And the really fucking annoying thing, right? The really, really fucking annoying thing is that game is actually super popular. So all the content I made from that game did really well, but I just couldn't fucking play it. It's so annoying. But anyway. New DC skins dropped Fortnite, Harley Quinn, Party Royale. I'm gonna Goon. Oh my god, Goon Purse chases me. Ugh. Oh, my cat's dead. Has been for a while. Pile of ashes. Can't have accidents. Rebirth isn't turn-based. Is it not? Is it completely full melee? Okay. Chrono Trigger on Super Famicom. Yeah, they've been around for a while. Those ones. You had Chrono Trigger. You had Dragon Quest, and you had Final Fantasy, and I'm missing 2 more. There's 2 other ones. fuck. I had a friend who was super into them, like to the point where they dumped the ROM off of the fucking actual chip and then found all the dialogue, translated it into English, proofread it, and then put it back onto an EEPROM, and then put that EEPROM in the cartridge so they could play on their Super Nintendo with English text on a Japanese-only RPG. And I was like, that's fucking ridiculous, dude. He was like, but it's a really good one. It's a really good one. But it's all in Japanese, so I have to translate it when I'm playing it, and I can't be asked. And it turns out you can get an EEPROM that fits this slot on the board. So I can take the ROM off of this. This is actually a 16 kilobyte EEPROM. This is only like an 8 kilobyte ROM. So even if I make the changes and it's like 9 kilobytes, doesn't matter. I can still fit it on this new EEPROM. Put that into the slot and solder it. I think he wanted to keep the original, so we put in what's called like a, I don't even know what they're called anymore, but you can solder in like a bed to put ICs in, and you can swap them around. Not like flip chip BGA or anything, but like the prongs on the like the sort of insect looking ICs, the long ones. You can get EEPROMs, and you can get like a holster or like a grid array holster thing for it, and you can slot them in there. But you can dump the ROM, and then you can use hex editors to break down where the dialogue is kept, and then you can fucking edit the dialogue from Japanese to English. Then you can put it back on to the cartridge, because there's a fair bit of space inside the cartridge. You can put a new clock battery in there as well to make sure your saves are on there forever, or until the battery runs out. But then, yeah, you can then whack that in there and then play the game in English. And I was like, damn. But yeah, there was a few of them, but some of them were in Japanese, and I can't remember what they were called. But anyway, show Poison Ivy's breast. Oh. Yeah, bring my cat back. You could at least let me pet her before you decimate her. Waiting to complete package in Final Fantasy is done. Yeah, this is it. I imagine they'll put them all together at one point for like 60 quid, and then that'll be what everyone needs to buy. Denmark has been trying to do this the whole time. They're literally protecting the world from a serious invasion of stupidity.
It's a great place to hide, and Masovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Yeah, the dust and everything does imply this hasn't been used in a while.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Ah, revolutionary's hat. If I put this on, will Kim get upset with me? Check us out, chat. We're communist as fuck. Check. Yeah, okay, cool.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo.
If communism was ever done right, it would be the perfect system, but it's never done right. Well, yeah, people say that about capitalism and socialism as well. And I think a hybridization. I think that there are definitely markets and industries that benefit from competition. But there are definitely markets and industries that should never be competed over. People's food, energy, shelter, these should not be profit-driven competitive markets. These are indemnities that human beings need to survive. Making sports cars, making designer clothes, knock yourself out. If you want to make a fucking £6,000 shirt, knock yourself out, Rich people need to buy stuff that's exclusive. Exclusivity is usually linked to price. They don't want to wear the same shit that the poor peasantry wear. It's never been any different. That was the same in 1200 as it is today. But yeah, the fact that late-stage capitalism in the UK has allowed private entities who are for profit, quite clearly, to own most of the housing, most of the energy, most of the food, most of the transport, among a few other things that human beings need, is clearly a massively morally bankrupt way of establishing capitalistic kind of frameworks for socioeconomic progress. It's created a significantly binary wealth distribution where basically all the money is at the top and everybody at the bottom is fighting to not be, everyone in the middle is fighting to not be at the bottom, basically. And that's not how it should be. I'm not saying we should get rid of all the rich people. We should, I'm saying that there needs to be a more even wealth distribution, and people's hard work needs to be what makes them wealthy and makes them and gets them a better quality of life, right? People that work hard should be rewarded, and at the moment it's not. People that own things are rewarded, and the fact is, once you have enough money in the bank, you don't need money to survive. Every time you come into more money, you just spend it buying assets and buying up and owning everything. And that was left unchecked for far too long, and that's why everything is in private ownership for profit at the expense of everyone else's quality of life. And that's the problem. Excuse me? Oh, I see. The mute function isn't working. That's good, isn't it? That's good, isn't it? Excuse me, I need that because I need to clear my throat sometimes. Sorry that you guys heard that. Are we capturing the screen, not capturing the game? Yeah, because I wanted to see if that produces better quality for the stream. So yeah, where's my me pedal? Yeah. Okay, that's not fucking working. Oh, this list is a bit more fucking. Output device, input device. Exact ID. It's not. Oh my God. Excuse me. Yeah. So why are you not working? Oh, do you know what it is? Do you know what I'm going to just bear with me a chat? I'm going to go to Windows settings. I'm going to go to the audio settings, and I'm going to find some new setting that I didn't ask for. Use device for speaking and recording. Headset microphone. No, I want this microphone here. This device is currently in use. Yeah, funny that. So audio enhancement's off. I turned that off because audio enhancement would fuck with it. So that's, do you know what? That's the second audio related issue I've had with my Steam Deck following an update. Is I used to have a button that changed my volume from 20 to 60. So when I want to hear something, I put it on 60. When I'm streaming and I want to just about hear it, but I don't want it to get picked up on the microphone, I put it on 20. Can't do that anymore. I have to manually adjust the volume up and down. Now, the fucking mute on my fucking pedal doesn't work, which is a fucking pain in the ass. Oh my God, right. Future breadcrumbs. Figure out why Windows broke your fucking mute function on your fucking Steam Deck pedal. Excuse me. The thing is, the clip thing is still working, right? But the pedal's working. This is it. It should, in a few seconds, make a clip on... It's not. Yes, it is. Okay. So, it still works. It's just the fucking control over the audio device that isn't working. I don't know what fucking Windows is playing at, dudes. I really don't know what Windows is playing at. It is such a fucking annoying, stupid fucking thing. So yeah, audio devices, toggle mute, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, because the thing is, it shows me all the devices I can select. Yeah, literally, fuck Microsoft. Because the thing is, the fucking, like, the little icon changes. So it is functioning. It just can't control the fucking device. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, I fucking hate Microsoft, man. I fucking hate Microsoft, dudes, because being able to mute my microphone, sorry for everyone that's watching the video, being able to mute my microphone so I can clear my throat is very important. I have to clear my throat a lot because of a long COVID issue. And I don't want to be coughing all over the fucking mic and audio. People want to listen to a nice microphone, right? It's an expensive microphone, so people want to, like, you know, they don't want to hear someone hacking up and coughing. So I bought a foot pedal so I could make clips without having to do a button, and also I could mute my microphone at the push of a button with my feet. It's the only reason I have it. But now, I can't fucking use it. Stabby, thank you for the resub, dude. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. How many months is that? That's 28 months. 28 months. That's fucking bonkers, dude. Well over 2 years. Enjoy first, Krill. But yes, enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. It's ridiculous, dude. So, like, audio devices, they've fucking broken it again. I really don't know what their fucking problem is. So, can I mute the mic with a Windows option? Like, can I go to devices and select my microphone? And can I choose to mute it? Advanced sound properties. Allow apps and Windows to use this device for audio. Is there a mute option? Does Windows have a mute option for your microphone? Is that something we have? No, that's not it. Oh, yeah, chat. Please bear with me. This is a fucking absolute joke. This is a fucking joke, dudes. Oh, my God. Yeah, future breadcrumbs. Sorry I'm making so many clips, but yeah, check if you can mute your microphone now that Windows has done an update. Fucking hell, dude. Excuse me. Fucking hell. Right.
Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
Yeah, so, I mean, how communist am I right now? Communist 33. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know how the fucking trophy pops, but yeah. Should take Ireland again. And you know, Irish people leaving the land again, moving to other countries, including Sweden and Switzerland. It's in the video with that laugh. It's just different dubbed in different dubbed languages. No. But yeah, different laughs in different languages. They have like different characteristics. So yeah, when they do the voiceover, they have to change the laugh. And like, yeah, they're like, the person's like, and it's like, it's a completely different vowel sound that's clearly made with a different mouth shape. But yeah, like I've seen that shit before. That fucking kills me as well. Move to the Isle of Man. Bit dangerous. Well, it's not. It's only when the race is on. The tourist trophies on, I should say. Right, so yeah, I want to be more communist in this run because that's one of the achievements we're going for. Yeah, I don't think there's enough space on the Isle of Man for everybody. Footprints in the sand, one of the souls appears to have worn more than the other. We're getting a little bit of foreshadowing. Oh, there's a quick save there as well, yeah. Oh, no, that's why. So there is a quick save option. Yeah, because I wanted to check, can I set a button to be load and save on my keyboard? Because when I'm doing checks and stuff, it might be quicker to... I'll do a hard save as well, just in case. But yeah, so that's 2 audio features that I use my Steam Deck for in various capacities that have stopped working now. Which is, yeah, just an absolute fucking pain in the ass. I'm going to double check. Is there a software update for the Steam Deck software? There is, okay. It should be fine. It should be fine to install this whilst I'm streaming, but at this point, who fucking cares? Let's just fucking send it and see what happens. I'm just like, I'm not going to be careful because I'm usually really careful, and it just doesn't make a difference.
You feel something.
Yeah. Oh,
like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
I wonder if it's going to ask me to do a reset once it's installed.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. No, but you are the sensitive one. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
Yes, we do. Celtic country, if I remember correctly, so maybe 20% of Monaco is reclaimed better than England. England or West Scotland. Cornwall, independent island man, because the region of England. Yeah, there's loads of bits of England. Yeah, we had an empire and we gave most of it back, but apparently the Falklands we didn't give back. So there you go. One thing I will say is I saw footage from, I think it might have been Times Square or somewhere, like some city in America where the football match was happening. I think it was Times Square because it was New York, right? There were Argentine fans were like, they had like a St. George's Cross wig and a flag, and they put it on the floor and someone spat on it, and then they all jumped on it and stood on it and everything, and everyone was like, that's completely disgraceful. And I was like, we killed 655 of them. I mean, they killed 325 of us. But yeah, the UK has committed some fucking absolute atrocities. So yeah, people being disrespectful to our flag. Yeah, it's not nice, but neither were the fucking Crusades or, like I say, the Empire. We did all kinds of horrible shit and we took all the resources.
Who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
We fucking traveled the world, pillaging and plundering, among other things that I won't say out loud. For herbs and spices, only to develop some of the most boring food on the planet as our culinary exploit. As our culinary
this part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle.
Character.
Disturb its peace.
You would call it, but yeah.
Start breaking down.
Should never disgrace any flag, easy as that. Yeah, I suppose, but then again, it is football. Flags are getting dragged into it.
Situation in detail.
I have no doubt that Argentine flags were being pissed on and set on fire and stuff. But yeah, it depends on what you see. This is it. Is that there was an Instagram page that deals with like stuff that happens in London, and it's a bit underground. It tends to cover things the mainstream media doesn't. And they showed footage from somebody's Ring doorbell camera of some guy just walking around with a giant, great big fucking kitchen knife. And apparently he stabbed some 14-year-old girl. But he was white, so the newspapers just didn't report on that. But I guarantee you, if he was black or Indian or brown or whatever, they would have been all over the fucking newspapers, because that's how the British media is. They're fucking, it's taking its fucking sweet time. Oh, you want me to fucking close OBS? Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to cancel it. Okay, so future breadcrumbs, do the update on the stream deck to see if that fixes it. Oh, it's not open, is it? Oh my god, sorry. Fucking hell, dudes. Microsoft is literally fucking ruining everybody's day. Microsoft and Nvidia are literally ruining the fucking world right now. Seriously. Between the software being dog shit, AI fucking everything, they are fucking ruining everything right now. I'm so fucking annoyed at them. Right. Yeah, so I need to remember to mute myself manually, which is not the best. I wonder, is there a fucking Windows like mute? Windows 11 mute microphone hotkey. Windows Alt K. You can do it with Power Toys. Third-party software I'm not interested in. Windows Alt K. So do I have to set the microphone as my default? Sorry, if I can fix this now, because I will need to cough and clear my throat, and it's very important I can mute the microphone, so I apologize. I will get on with the video game, but right now there's always something. It's fucking driving me insane. Choose a device for speaking and record. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I've got Arctis 7. No. What are you doing? What are you doing? Right. Input. Input. I need to use this. Are you using it? No, you're not. No. Oh my god. I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown in a second. No, not headphones. Oh my god. Right. Output, Realtek USB audio. Input, Shure MV7 Plus. Do you think you can fucking handle that? Do you think you can fucking handle that? Oh, what was it? Was it Windows Shift or Alt Shift? Windows Alt. Yeah, Windows Alt K. No. Fucking hell. Right, okay, excuse me. We'll carry on, but yeah. Yeah, we'll carry on. But yeah, apologies, chat. Apologies. Yeah, it just, like, I'm 41 years old. I was around before all of this computer technology existed. I was around. And it's got to a point now where it is just the fucking most inanely stupid and unreliable pile of bullshit I have ever experienced in my life. Like, no form of technology has ever been this much of a detriment to my life. Like, my home computer fucks me around constantly. And then when I go somewhere and I need to do something, that person at the place where I'm doing something has to use a computer. And it fucks them around, which fucks me around. And I'm just, yeah. We need to boycott Windows. Microsoft needs to fucking go away. They're making seriously negative waves in the gaming space by buying studios and then fucking purging them and just cutting loose thousands of employees. And Windows 11 is literally the most unstable bullshit platform I've used in decades. Microsoft needs to be deleted. I'm sorry. I'm going to install Linux on my laptop that I use for simple tasks so I can get used to Linux. And if I can make the streaming setup Linux, Microsoft is gone. They're fucking useless. They've done nothing but break everything. Like, this is the thing. I can't fucking understand this. How software, it could be doing something perfectly fine. Nobody is complaining about it. It is working perfectly fine. Somebody has to go and fuck with it. And I'm sorry, somebody needs to be walking around the software development office with a fucking lump of wood. And if you make a mistake, you get a fucking smack on the back of the head. Straighten these kids out. Because I'm sorry, the fucking environment is, if you don't add a new feature, you get sacked. So they're constantly reinventing the wheel and breaking everything in the process. And it's so annoying. Spotify constantly fucks around. Windows 11 fucks around constantly. File Explorer fucks around constantly. The software I need to use, the fucking devices that I have plugged in to the computer, fucks around constantly. I'm so tired of it. Anyway, it is hard to leave Microsoft, but we need to do it. Linux needs to be the main default operating system for the next fucking 20 years. Microsoft needs to fucking evaporate, and everyone needs to realize that software is not something you can fucking exploit people over. Because I'm sorry, everything needs software these days, so you cannot make it this bad. Anyway, let's play the video game. And I'll try and fucking calm down. But holy fuck. Excuse me. So I'm going to just make sure I've got enough slack on that. I'm going to tip the microphone up. Oh, it's really not pointing at me now. Has that made my voice significantly quieter? Because I've turned the microphone. Because it's a microphone. You're supposed to point the microphone at you because of this mic pattern. Thank you for the deep breath. Hopefully you guys can still hear me okay, but I can see and use the little touch bar on the top. Yeah, I use Bazite and Mint only. A gaming PC is Windows 11. When I stop playing Tarkov, Windows is done there. Yeah, this is it. Like, if I can play games on Linux and I can run OBS on Linux and I can get everything I need for streaming on Linux, then I'm just going to go with Linux. Because I'm so fucking done with Windows, dudes. I'm so done with Microsoft. I'm so fed up. Why is my File Explorer breaking? File Explorer has been part of Windows since what, 3.1? Since, like, before I was born, and they fucked it. And everyone's like, well, yeah, it's a new, it's not. Every version of Windows is built on top of the previous version, which is why you can't call certain things, you can't call folders and files certain phrases, because they are built into the original version of Windows. Every single version of Windows goes on the top of the other. That's one of its biggest exploits, is that if something worked in Windows 10 or 7 or XP, it's still there, It's just the new version of Windows has something to cover it off. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah. Nowadays, can't even search on File Explorer now. It takes 15 minutes. Yeah, indexing your fucking hard drive and everything doesn't work properly anymore. It's just shit, man. It's just fucking shit. Sorry. Windows is just shit. Anyway.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think.
Let's play
about
some fucking video games, because, yeah, I'm sorry, dude. This is
It's
fucking
dangerous, but
doing my fucking... Because the thing is, I can't see whether the microphone's muted because the strip is on the fucking side of the microphone that you're supposed to point this microphone at. You're not supposed to talk into the side of it. Okay.
You just can't be sure.
Excuse me.
Maybe it will yield something useful.
Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, by this stage, I feel like just reinstalling the version of Windows I got when I first built the PC, because the updates that have landed have not made anything better. All they've done is made everything worse.
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her once more.
Yeah. But yes, please let me know if anything about the stream isn't working correctly. It seems to be okay for me. You guys can hear me, you can hear the game. The alerts and the sounds seem like they're playing. The game looks like it's being captured correctly. It seems to be okay. YouTube stream is live. Twitch stream is live. Stabby has kindly confirmed the vertical stream is working properly. So I think everything's working with the stream. I just think Windows is fucked. And yeah, Sony completely shot themselves in the fucking foot. And the summer sale, 75% off. Everyone's like, no, don't fucking buy anything. Don't. We need to boycott that sale. Like, don't buy anything. Just don't. And it's hilarious to me. I called it. I said, Burka's working. Thanks, Stabby. I said that, yeah, Sony's going to fucking cancel physical. And yeah, the discs can only hold 50. We've talked about this before, so I won't go into it. But discs can only hold 50 gigabytes. Most games are 100 gigabytes plus. As a delivery mechanism, it was on the way out anyway. We need to make less noise about discs going away and more noise about consumer rights, because consumer rights is what actually protects us as the consumer and our access to media and entertainment after we've purchased a license for it. That's actually what's going to protect us. But everyone wants to talk about discs and everything else. And it's like, well, when your game comes on 17 discs and it takes ages to install because installing off of a disc is only so fast, Blu-ray can only read discs so fast. And if you're just raw throughput of data is getting data off of a disc to install it, once everybody's on fiber optic internet, like the whole world is on fiber optic internet, it's going to be faster to download the game than it will be to get it off of a disc. Now, discs were obviously in the 90s perfect because games fitted on discs and the internet was way too slow to download them. Steam kind of took a big step and went digital with a storefront that you logged into, and I was like, this is fucking wild. Like, I just buy the game on a website, and rather than posting it to me, I start downloading it immediately, and I can play it, and this is legal. And everyone's like, yeah. And I was like, this is the future. And it was. But consoles, you know, apparently 80% of sales are digital anyway. So they know that 80% aren't actually... They might complain about it because everyone's complaining, but they know 80% of people just buy digital anyway. And I must admit, like, if I struggle to find a game on disc in the shop, if I can't get it on Amazon, day one delivery or whatever, and a game is going to be 200, 300 gigabytes, and I can buy it early on the store and pre-download it, that to me is more convenient. I know it's not the best way of doing it, but it's more convenient for me. Because yeah, like if a game is 50 gig and I can buy it on a Blu-ray and it takes, 7 or 8 minutes to install, or it installs the first 9 gigabytes pretty quickly because it's uncompressed, and the rest is compressed, which takes longer to install, but you get your first half hour to play the game and it installs in the background. They've found ways to do it. It's pretty organized. But yeah, when people said like GTA 6 is not going to come on a disc, and I was like, it was never going to come on a disc. It was going to come on discs, plural, and there would need to be like a lot of them I would argue GTA 6 is going to be 300 plus gigabytes, maybe 400. It might even be 500. You know, it tends to buck the trend. And somebody argued on one of my posts talking about it on TikTok, like, yeah, fucking GTA whatever came on like 7 discs, so why can't they do that? I was like, yeah, 7 dual layer DVDs, because that was the biggest disc you could get back then. 7 discs. Imagine if one of those discs gets damaged. The other 6, worthless, because you can't install the game anymore, right? It's not, you know, and the thing is, I'm 100% behind people's desire to safeguard access and use and entertainment media ownership, right? If you buy a license to have a film, game, TV show, album, whatever, you have a license, you should be able to, you know, stream it, play it, download it, whatever. But people talk about discs as if it's this silver bullet against games being taken away. Modern games ship on the disc, version 1 on the disc, the one you install with DRM. And they can take the game away at any point. It's consumer rights we need to be making noise about, not discs, to be perfectly honest, but yeah. Games at some point we need to come on hot swappable hard drives. Well, this is it. Games are going to have to start coming on fucking SD cards. And I don't know how much an SD... I mean, how much is a fucking 250 gigabyte SD card going to cost versus a disc? You know? It's going to cost a fortune. And it'll be smaller, but it'll still be plastic. But they're going to... You know, that production cost is going to get passed on to the consumer. So that's going to push the cost of games up. Digital is the most cost-effective way for a delivery mechanism for a game over 250 gigabytes. Because disc is going to be ridiculous. So yeah, cartridges can take more if engineered real. Yes, but the PlayStation 6 isn't going to be a fucking cartridge-based system. Neither is the Xbox or whatever. And you know, they're all going to be saying to the engineers, look at what Steam did. Steam went 100% digital and has been perfectly fine. The difference is Steam is a good company. This is it, is that, you know, people in the PC space, people are like, well, why is everyone freaking out about Sony going 100% digital? Steam did that 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I'm like, yeah, because Steam is a good company. Steam is a good, trustworthy company. Sony isn't. And Microsoft isn't even more. So, yeah, that's why.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Only thing not having physical will do bad is video game archiving. But this is it. I mean, you've got GOG, you know, good old games. They're preserving games. You've got My Abandonware and a couple of other websites that are like archiving the disc version of a game once it comes out of production or copyright or whatever. So yeah, like there are people that will preserve games, and I think that there are companies that do physical releases of digital only games, which is pretty cool.
If you can't predict
yeah.
it, there's nothing you could have done.
I can't argue with the logic that as a delivery mechanism, discs are becoming untenable.
I think
They
I see
are.
a government.
I'm behind physical media.
Maybe more sellers.
I think it's good, but I think the important thing,
we still have the element of surprise.
I think the important thing is the consumer rights of the situation is making sure everybody understands and fights for the legislation that mandates the proprietor of a piece of media is responsible for the provision of that media up until the license expires. And that could be indefinitely, it could be 15 years, could be 20 years, could be 50 years, could be 6 years, who knows. But yeah, games are going to get too big to be on discs. And unless we come up with a new format, which arguably is going to be Sony. Sony has won the format war time and time again. Let's not forget Blu-ray, the current technology used to ship games. This is the thing, right? Sony licenses Blu-ray as a format, right, for other people's media, right? I mean, I don't know how much money Sony makes from Blu-ray. This is the thing. Let me just, hopefully I didn't break the keyboard when I fucking threw it on the table when I was stressed. But yeah, let me check. How much does Sony make from come on, keyboard. Blu-ray. Not isolating exact total of revenue. Blu-ray format's financial. I don't really want to read the fucking AI review, to be honest. So yeah, in 2020, Sony held a 55% share of the global image sensor market, making the largest sensor manufacturer. But they're fucking owning a bunch of sensors as well. About $2 to $3. Sony will earn $2 to $3 for every Xbox One sold, for every game. Xbox One sells 1 million units day one. Sony pockets 2.3 million. Not bad. Probably some money. So yeah, not quite that much. So yeah, what I'm saying is that Sony, one of the 10 members of the Blu-ray Disc Association, MIT, Sony, Panasonic, Pioneer, Philips, Thomson, LG, Hitachi, Sharp, and Samsung. So yeah, Sony was kind of, leading the charge in the development. They obviously approached a bunch of other tech companies as well. But yeah, Sony gets a cut of Blu-ray, and not just on PlayStation, but yeah, on Xbox because of the format being used. So yeah, Sony makes money from discs, just discs existing. So I don't think they would have binned off physical completely out of greed, because it is a revenue stream. Like I said, they don't say how much, but yeah, every film on Blu-ray is using a Sony format, along with the other sort of the Blu-ray Association. So they get a cut of it, right? So yeah, there is that to consider as well, because yeah, physical makes them money as well, because they sell games on the store for the same price as physical, but there's no production cost to make a disc on the store, and obviously they take a cut of the sale anyway. But yeah, Sony was making money on Blu-rays that go into Xboxes as well as the Blu-rays that go into PlayStation. That's how fucking overarching they actually are. So arguably, if Blu-ray is no longer viable as a format for the delivery mechanism of media of the size of a video game, who's going to invent a new format? It's going to be Sony, along with a handful of other people. So it's their responsibility to come up with, and maybe they don't want to. Maybe they're thinking that, there's just no fucking point trying to make everything into discs, We had records, and then we had CDs, and then we had DVDs, and then we had Blu-ray. I think we're done with discs now. I think discs, the size of them, the drives that are needed, it's all just technology that's slowly becoming less relevant in the modern world. So yeah, I think that physical media it's gonna go away. This is the thing, is that I don't want it to go away. I appreciate people's concerns, but it is going to go away. It's going to go away at some point. You can't fight it. Physical media just won't be able to deliver the size of video games over the next 10, 20 years. It just isn't going to work. Unless, like I say, you put a 320 gigabyte SSD card, micro SD, and put a game on that. But I don't know what the transfer speed of a fucking micro SD card is. I mean, I know you can get very, very fast ones, but the very, very fast ones are very, very expensive, as I'm sure CureFits can tell you. The sort of SDX or whatever the fuck it's called, the super high speed SSDs that can take 17 fucking 8,000 megapixel, 8,000 by 6,000 pixel photographs of a camera at 17 frames a second. Yeah, they're eye-wateringly expensive. So even if we do move over to cartridge or SD memory, which is, I think, might be potentially Sony as well. Sony wanted to use Magic Gate, and then we ended up using something else. But yeah, even if we do go with some other kind of physical, the data speeds are going to be so fucking slow, you're going to have to install the whole thing anyway. So yeah, 300 megabits, like a Kingston speed. I think the one has 3,000. Yeah, but how much does it cost? It's eye-wateringly expensive. So yeah, sadly, physical media is going away. However, I think if we can make sure that our consumer rights and laws that you can take companies to court over, if there are laws in place we can use to take companies to court for taking games away from us, and I think the EU courts would put that in. EU, when it comes to consumer rights, it starts off in Europe every time. They managed to get the fucking iPhone to have a USB-C rather than a Lightning. They managed to fucking make Apple do something which is unheard of. Completely unheard of. But yeah, if we can get those courts to mandate that media sold in Europe, and then we can try and expand that to the UK and everywhere else, media sold to a customer as a license to view the film, the album, listen to the album, play the video game, that is, the proprietor's responsibility to provide it in, whatever means is, the best for the customer. Then we're getting somewhere. Then it doesn't matter what format anyone chooses, it's whatever is easiest. Our consumer rights are there to protect us. But, I think at the moment, a lot of people think, oh yeah, if we can keep physical around, they can't take our games away. But I'm sorry, that's not how it works anymore. DRM in games, day one, version 1, the version that you install from the disc, They can just turn the server off whenever they want. And I'm sorry, there are a bunch of old games on the PlayStation 4 that won't start up anymore because of DRM. And there'll be a bunch of them on the PlayStation 5. Once we've got a PlayStation 6, there'll be a bunch of games that won't turn on anymore. The game will start. When you go to start and play the video game, it won't work. It will say it can't connect to a server and you won't be able to fucking play it. And unless a third-party patch comes out, which is difficult to install on a console, on PC it's a bit different, but yeah. Unless a third-party patch comes out to fucking fix it so it doesn't need to connect to the server, that data on your hard drive is a complete waste of space because you can't play the game. You know, it's fucked. Really fucked. EU Court does some non-consumer rights things too. Yeah, well, they do all sorts of stuff, but consumer rights is usually... This is what happened when we voted for... When we left the European Union because of Brexit, which I voted to remain, of course. I was like, yeah, we'll get more control.
There will be no turning back.
We'll get more control over it. Like, no, we won't get more control. There'll be more control thrust upon us by people because we won't be able to say that, you know, the EU law about this is this. England wanted to start making its own laws because they want to fucking screw over the consumer even more.
Suddenly,
oh shit.
your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
Calling. Still calling. Sorry, let me just make sure I get your name correct. Sorry. Paula Trutzkawada? I apologise. Please let me know if that's the correct way to say your name. If you've got a nickname, welcome in. Calling. Still calling. I love that payphone. The little messages, the little voices you get, and they're fucking well
good. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want
Apex SD 1 terabyte is 700 megabytes a second, costs $209 US. So yeah, I mean, a Blu-ray disc is like, what, 7 cents or something ridiculous? And then it's like 15, 20 cents to burn en masse, obviously, because you're paying a company to do it. But yeah, imagine if every game came on a 209 US dollar hard drive that you had to pay for as well. Kill him. Kill him. Voting no chat control, and they passed the law anyway. The person on YouTube chat is calling someone Pavel. It's Polish for W is V. I apologise. Oh, Pavel, I apologise. Demand would soar though, and price would lower. It will become mass-produced, but yeah, like burning discs became like really, really sort of accurate. So you didn't get a disc and it was corrupted. Mass installing large chunks of data on like physical media and then distributing it, I think there would be issues because you don't buy SD that often. Well, yeah, this is it. Yeah, but yeah, I think that digital's going to be the way for games. Video games are getting too big, but the internet is getting faster, so you can download them, but storage is expensive. But yeah, physical media like discs and stuff as a delivery mechanism, it just isn't viable long term. It's already becoming a bit silly because getting a game on 2 or sometimes 4 discs is not the end of the world, but it won't be long before you'd need 6, 7, 8 discs, and it's not logical. Digital is the way, but the thing is digital with consumer rights. That's the answer. It's digital with consumer rights. Digital with consumer rights protecting us is the future. That's what we need to get to. Pellis, thank you so much for the resub, dude. That's 9 months. I appreciate that so much. We do have an ad break playing at the moment. I need to clear my throat very quickly, so I'm going to quickly take a break. There'll be a raffle and hopefully some clips. I've reset it, so hopefully it'll start working. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on, and then we will play the video game, I promise. But yes, I don't know why we keep getting into so many of these conversations. I like it, but I want to play the video game as well. Peace. I'll be right back. Pellis, thank you for the sub. I'll be right back, dude. Yes, I'll be back in a moment. Bathroom just started means it's 80% humidity here. It was 92% humidity. No, I have a backup. I have a backup clip player, which I should probably. Bathroom just started means it's 80% humidity here. It was 9. I should probably. So I said ish. Excuse me. Oh yeah, chat. Oh yeah. But yes, Pellis, thank you so much for the resub, dude. I appreciate that. Hope you're well. Hope you're all good. I like the photograph. You put a photograph. I think it was your Instagram, like an urban sort of corridor, an urban pathway somewhere, and there was like a net with loads of green tassels. I think it was your Instagram. I hope it was. It might have been somebody else's. I'm not sure. But yes, if it was yours, I enjoyed that photo. It was very nice. But yes, I do have a backup clip player because I had to make a backup clip player because the fucking clip players always break. But if I use a third-party one, it pulls my clips automatically, and it does it automatically, which means when I create new clips, I don't have to download them and store them on a hard drive. So yeah, it is better that way if it works. But yeah,
Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your.
I went for a jobs fair. Town was something funky hanging in the particular wall. Yeah, it was really interesting. I have seen a few things like that. There was a street somewhere in. I think it's been done a couple of times. I think it was somewhere in Portugal. There was a road that had been closed for road traffic, so they put like cafe tables and everything, and then there were loads of umbrellas like suspended on wires. And I think that also got done somewhere, maybe in Carnaby, but somewhere else in London, maybe. I think it may have been Carnaby, but I can't remember. But it's also been done in America, but I think somewhere in Times Square or Chinatown, I think. But yeah, that's also an interesting kind of vibe.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
Oh shit. I'm gonna die.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
In Bath too. Oh, in Bath as well. Okay, fair enough.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Depends if you come from Bath or from Bath.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Oh yeah, I'm very intelligent, mate.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more
Using
manageable.
the sound emote.
With a lot of
Emote
these,
mean?
You can force a radio signal grid.
As I
on the
want to
pale,
leave. Temps jumped
literally
up.
crunch the
I see.
distance across it.
Yeah, it's been up and down, but fortunately the coastal breeze has come in. It's still been 26, 27 degrees, but the coastal breeze has come in. Thank you for the backwards fire. I appreciate that. But yes, I hope you've been well, Palace. I hope the job fair went well. I know obviously the job hunt is obviously pretty fucking brutal right now.
Signals are
wish you all
relayed
the best,
across
dude.
a series of repeater stations
Oh,
exclusively.
yeah.
Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Yes, apologies, chat. It's been a bit of a bumpy start to the stream, but hopefully I can reinstall this. I can install the update to the Stream Deck software. Hopefully that restores my ability to mute the microphone, and I think I've got everything else sorted. I think.
Precisely.
But yeah.
This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
But yes, I need to do a DDU. I need to read about how to do a DDU and do a completely clean install of GPU drivers and see which version works best.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
The Pale? It's the end of the world. I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Been a bit tough, trying to keep positive, a bit hard, just getting initial rejections. Yeah, and it's not just you, Pettis. Like, there's 1.3 million unemployed and only 700,000 vacancies. The employment sector is fucked. The economy's fucked. Housing's fucked. Energy's fucked. Lots of things are fucked. Until we can get a government that's got the minerals to grab everything and put it back under public control so we can regulate it properly, yeah, it's just fucked.
God damn it.
But yeah, it's wild. There's like 4 or 5 generations of kids leaving college and there's just no jobs. It's so fucked.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barrel front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form...
It's fucked. So yeah, don't take it personally, dude. The job sector is
much.
just absolutely fucked. And somebody was on TikTok and they said that when I was in London a year and a half ago, I applied for a handful of positions and didn't hear back. It's now been like, I think 16 months and I got an email rejecting me. That's how bad the job market is. And I was like, it's fucked, dude.
Just keep her talking.
Absolutely fucked.
And you'll get through this.
But yeah, like if you've ever wanted to do something as like a hobby to turn into a job, now's the time, I suppose. You know,
Keep her distracted for
find something that you love doing and try and turn it into a job, because there's no harm in it right now because there's no actual jobs. But yeah. Oh, what the hell, I'd rather they not bother. Yeah, this is it. After like a few, and this is the thing as well, as I hear about people going back for their 5th or 6th interview, that you've passed the first round of interviews. The next and somebody was saying that they're giving you hypothetical scenarios to solve in the interview process that are problems the company's actually having. So you solve that problem and then they don't fucking hire you. You design a software solution and explain how it works in a presentation, because they say that's important for the role. You present it to a room full of people on a call, and they just fucking go and implement it without paying you. I was like, I would be fucking furious. I would literally sue them. I would fucking sue. I would patent the code, and I would fucking sue them. That is absolutely fucking unforgivable. It is fucking ruthless out there. I would be like, yeah, I'd probably fucking get into like InfoSec, hack my way into their fucking interview scheduling thing, get myself a face-to-face as like a potential candidate, and then just set the building on fire. Fuck them. Like, absolutely fuck them. You know? I know it's dangerous because there's people in there that have done nothing wrong, but the fire escapes, all the regulations, they get out alive. They would, you know? But the building, all the servers, gone. Like, I would literally throw some sort of device like this that fucking distorts and destroys computers. I would take an EMP with me and fucking just nuke the whole building with an EMP. Like, I'd be so fucking furious if they fucking used an in-house company problem that needs a solution as a test in an interview, implemented that fucking solution, and then didn't hire me. I would go postal. I'd be fucking fuming. EMP is risky, easy to build too. Yeah, let's not. Yeah, this is all allegedly. I wouldn't actually do this, of course, but yeah. Wondering what do you need to glean from 5 interviews? Yeah, this is it. Like, if you can't make a decision after 2 interviews, you shouldn't be in fucking HR, to be honest. There's a no wrong answer situation questionnaires. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I've been to interviews before, and they're like, "How many tennis balls could you fit in this room?" And I was like, "In a box this size, or with us in the room as well? Like the furniture, this exact set of furniture, us as people." Yeah, with all the fixtures and fittings in this room, the space left over, could I? And they were like, "Okay, yeah, so you understand analytical thinking. You're not like, probably you didn't spitball an idea. You immediately started asking clarifying questions. That's what we're looking for." And I was like, "Yeah, you know, that's it. They're trying to work out how you approach problems." And I've always been a very, very ruthlessly detail-orientated and solution-focused person. I don't want to use corporate jargon, but I'm not interested in arguing about the right way to do something. I know the right way to do it is just to fucking work at it until it works. And I know you can work smart versus working hard, but there's a lot of people who are working smart who never get anything done. And that is just... There's no fucking, 3-point keynote speech for that. It's just there's a lot of people who don't want to work. They don't want to do the work. They don't want to work hard. They want to find the easiest solution to something. Don't get me wrong. The laziest person will always come up with the easiest way of doing something, and that's sometimes advantageous, but there's a lot of the time, it's just work. That's what a job is. It's just fucking work. And if you're the kind of person that fucking rolls your sleeves up and just starts working on the problem and then eventually comes up with a solution, I guarantee you will be in the next fucking earnings call. That is just it. Is you need to be solution focused. You need to be detail orientated so you can figure out how to ideate a solution to a problem. Then you need to be the sort of person that delivers on that, and you need to explain how you could have done it better. So in the future, when the company has a problem, they know how to fucking orchestrate a solution in a way that means a quicker resolution. That is just it. There's lots and lots of people who will spend 9 hours automating something that takes an hour. And it's very clever. Don't get me wrong, it's very clever, but it's not productive. It's not actual productivity. It's just fucking ego jerking yourself. I've built this fucking tool that, saves me 9 minutes a day, but it took me 4 weeks to develop. It's like, oh my God. So what you're saying is we've wasted that many man hours, or person hours, sorry, and at 9 minutes a day, it's going to take this many days before it even starts to... And I was like, you realise this project will be finished before that actually starts to save time. He's like, yeah, very clever, but not very productive, It would have been quicker just to do the fucking work. Allegedly Twitch TOS, yeah, exactly. Anyway, as a pacemaker, it will kill them. That's true. I wouldn't want to do that. Nanobots, a nanobot EMP. Well, the mobile view is it's like a mandate with bread. Oh, are you watching the vertical stream? How many tennis balls can you fit in this room? I don't know. It depends on how many you can fit in your room. Am I allowed to insert them into you? Scrooge didn't work for anyone else either. More than Wimbledon together for your ass. If it's 0, it's an exit. It's an exit, not an entrance. Well, it depends on who you ask. Ella, try that theory. No, don't say that about somebody's girlfriend, for fuck's sake.
Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
But also no.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back. I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shed. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else.
Yeah, she obviously Ruby was quite fond of Class, so when I say it was her, but I threatened to arrest her, that creates a scenario where it's someone she likes, and there was also force, so it doesn't seem quite as bad.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Well, wasn't it you who called me the human camo? But I don't know. It's not personal. I open them up. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Honestly, I don't know how I do it. Just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me?
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone.
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. No, not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye, impassively, making it clear that she's not planning to comment on the matter any further.
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything? Not particularly. Why are you so hung up on elevators? I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Kim's like, get on with it.
Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
And the gun store, Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Yeah, we're not in, this interrogation is not going well.
A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah. Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, Detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls? Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize...
Yeah, she's not special, she's just rare.
For the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She does know how to pick 'em. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Go ahead, it's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Ah, I see. Birdie, welcome again. So good in this game. Honestly, the dialogue, the writing is so good, and yeah, the voice acting just brings it to life. Yeah, there's so many incredibly talented voice actors, but I feel as if they got the script and they were like, holy shit, this is really good writing, so they wanted to, like, you know, really dive into it.
The view's pretty bomb too, but you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah, along with Clausia.
But yeah,
Yes, I'm sure.
It's
And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
yeah, but you know it came from afar. That's interesting. But not only is the writing very good, but the writing for each character has personality. It changes significantly enough to feel like a genuine, like a different person. Whereas a lot of these dialogue-heavy games that I've played before, you can tell that all the characters have been written by the same person because they don't really take on like a nomenclature or a personality with how they speak. Whereas this, each character clearly speaks a different way, just with the words they choose. But the voice actors obviously realised that and then lent into it to create the character you hear. So yeah, it's... yeah.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too.
No, he didn't.
Never trust a musician.
He did not.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved.
A bitter smile.
Betray her.
There's so many little bits that just... they bring it to life. It's fucking remarkable how real this game feels when it's very surrealist to look at, and the writing, but the writing is so good, it brings it to life. It's so good at doing that. I feel like I know so much about the characters, despite the fact that this isometric view means you barely see their faces, but you get so much of the emotion from the writing and the voice acting. Yeah. Listen to the narrator. Yeah, the narrator, Volition. Some of the things that Volition says, I think will stay with me until my grave. I'll take them to the grave with me. Some of the things that Volition has said, there's something incredibly realistic and heartwarming about how it genuinely cares about the main character, and therefore you feel cared about. Because yeah, it's very strange that, yeah, like for me, obviously it's not too much of a reach to sort of, you know, align myself and resonate with a character that struggles with alcoholism and drug abuse and, you know, misses his ex-wife. I've never been married, but I've definitely got a few ex-girlfriends that I miss. Yeah, I can resonate with that because I've been at that stage in life where I'm just like, I hate myself because I can't stop doing drugs, and I hate myself because I can't stop drinking, and I've got this immense degree of self-loathing that just undermines everything about myself in my own head, and then I have to navigate the world like that. And I'm so glad that I found my way out of it, of course. But yeah, TV shows like BoJack Horseman and games like this, they're so unapologetic about how close to home they feel as a recovered addict. It's crazy how far down the rabbit hole they're willing to go with the, you know, the subtext and the context of things, and the way things are structured, and the way it perfectly represents and embodies what being addicted to something is like. Your brain is literally telling you to do it. Like, there is a voice in your head compelling you to do something. You're in your head, and the worst thing is, for me, it's my own voice. In my head, it's my own voice that I think in. This game, genius masterstroke of game design choice. They got people to voice different parts of the main character's mental dysfunction as different voices. They have a different nomenclature and they have a different character of voice, which is brilliant because it's literally voices in your head. There are literally voices in the main character, and they're literally represented by different voices, which is amazing. But me, I would be arguing with myself in my head about doing drugs and drink for years. I would keep doing them. My head would win the argument. I knew that it wasn't the right thing to do, but there was a part of me that was more dedicated to arguing for doing drugs and drinking than the part of me that knew it was wrong. And I had to fucking tip that balance through basically facing all of the things that have gone wrong in my life because of drugs and alcohol. And it's a formative and tempering experience, I promise you. It's not pretty. I'm not going to boast about it. It's fucking uncomfortable. It's a difficult hill to climb, but the view is worth it, I promise you. But yeah, this game, it really, really does embody the self-loathing and the sort of the lack of trust you develop in yourself as an addict. It's really, really close to the bone. Really close to the bone with it.
That's your prerogative.
But yeah, it's then got this whole like angle with political ideology where different people speak in different ways about different things because they're clearly very left or very right or very fascist or very communist or very socialist or whatever. So there's a whole political commentary angle to some of the dialogue as well. And yeah, it's the more layers you peel back, the more detail and interesting kind of intrigue you find. Yeah, it's
Man, it's to get away
one of the
from
greatest
all
works
that
of fiction I've ever
murderous
experienced.
shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
Very excited to play this a bit. Yes, definitely give it a go at some point. Either my neighbour's cat is doing an arty impression, or they are using a drill. No, Bubba's fast asleep. Maybe not for long, but yeah.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
Just a millimeter. She's slowly turning it down because we're slowly building a rapport with them. Birdie, how far through Control are you at the moment? Because yeah, I need to start playing it at the beginning of September. It's 24th of September when Resonant drops. So I might start replaying Control in September. But yeah, I don't know how far through you are at the moment. But I did see one of your Alan Wake 2 clips the other day, and yeah, Alan Wake 2, another like absolute masterpiece of a game. You were in the section with the music and the Remedy engine that they use. It's so good at like putting video on a surface, and the projector, you can pick up the projector in Control and like move it around to project the picture on different surfaces. As an engine, it's really fucking clever. Finished it doing the DLCs now. The DLCs. What were the DLCs called? Because there was an Alan Wake DLC where you find like a small little building that's kind of like the Federal Bureau of Control. It's sort of all concrete, brutalist architecture, and there's weird shit going on there, but they don't dive into it fully because that's obviously Control's area. But yeah. Started playing Control again, so good. Yeah. What do you think of the Foundation in Alan Wake and AWE? Yeah, the Foundation House. I can't remember. My second time doing the lore playthrough. Yeah, obviously, I mean, I think I only played it for like 20 hours on my first playthrough, but I don't think that's right. I think my Steam account might have the wrong amount of hours. I definitely played it for at least 40, 50 hours, but I think I finished it mostly. But I want to load up my save, see how much of it I haven't done, and then go from there.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious.
So many redacted to all the fucking text is blacked out and everything to look like the FBI, because that's the crazy thing, right? The American public is demanding that the government release documents to explain what happened about something, to give them closure, or just because they deserve to know. And the FBI or the Central Information Bureau or whatever, Central Information Agency or whatever, CIA, they release the documents, but like they're 90% redacted. They've got just like ink all over every single fucking line, and it's like, yeah. But the Epstein files on the fucking like on the data, like data engineers and data recovery specialists have been like decoding stuff and getting like folders full of photographs, like incriminating everybody. It's fucked.
Even with the gun.
More or less redacted in the Epstein files. Going back through the docs now. There's more, they're a lot easier to fill the redacted areas than others. Yes, way less, not even close. Yeah, because sometimes like, when you get redacted statements or words in documents in video games, they don't want to actually withhold information. They want the player to know. They just want to resist and make it seem secretive and everything to make you feel like a little bit more sort of like, I'm working something out. So yeah, like in games, they redact things that are obvious, they're quite obvious. But yeah, like actual government documents, like occasionally, not proud of it, but you know, occasionally I've come across like documents before, and yeah, like there's just so much left out that you can't really piece together anything. And then someone's like, yeah, but then the courthouse that these documents were filed with, they have the unredacted version, and they happen to photocopy them and keep them on. And then you see the whole story like, oh my god, they actually fucking waterboarded this guy for months to get information out of him. That's massively illegal. But
more questions before
if you want to know how that works, there is. I should be safe to get this up on stream. But yes, there was. So the Hoffman report. So the Hoffman report is a document outlining how they changed 2015 independently investigation into David Hoffman detailed the American psychologist secretly colluded with the Department of Defense and the CIA to create ethics policies that permitted psychologists to assist in enhanced interrogation torture programs. So this is Black Mirror levels of fucking fucked up. They basically employed psychologists and rewrote some of the regulations around interrogation tactics. And yeah, waterboarding, which basically makes somebody feel like they're fucking drowning, makes them feel like they're about to die. It's terrible. Like, it's one of the most harrowing experiences a human being can go through. Yeah, they were using that as a tactic to extract information from people, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, we are fucking barbaric when we want to be, aren't we? The human race can be fucking barbaric when it feels there's justification. It's terrifying. But yeah. Not to get all negative or anything, but yeah. I'd like to know about the things we shouldn't know about the nonsense. Sometimes it's really random shit, like how many minutes something occurred for. Well, yeah, this is the thing, is that when you're analysing documents, times and also places are super, super vital cornerstones of information, because if you find something that implies somebody was somewhere doing something, but there's prior information that they were somewhere else for a certain amount of time, and that time would have elapsed during the time they were supposed to be somewhere else, you know that's illogical. So you can reverse engineer things that way. So that's sometimes why sometimes the hour of the day, because they would say, oh, this person went to the motel at 6 in the afternoon. Instead, you can see that they travelled from somewhere to somewhere. So in one part of the document, they are in this particular state. And in this part of the document, they are speaking to somebody at their office, which we know is in this state, and they are 9 hours apart. So there is 9 hours in between this and this, right? And that's your 9 hours, right? So what did they do in those 9 hours? Where were they? And then you find all these other things that then imply they had to happen before they spoke to this person. So they had to happen somewhere in that 9 hours. And yeah, it's really genuinely interesting to try and reverse engineer some of this stuff. But obviously you can go off on a tangent and like start. I think this person didn't just embezzle a bunch of money that was supposed to go towards museums and art galleries. I think they assassinated somebody. It's unfounded, because you haven't got enough information to make that kind of claim, which is why allegedly is such an important word. But yeah, like sometimes you get documents that have not been redacted at all, and you find out that the government did something fucking horrendous. And yeah, when you find out and you think to yourself, that you say to yourself, the government would never do that. Yeah, they would. Like, they fucking released some toxin into the air. Like, they blanketed an entire city with a toxin to see what effect it would have. And people that were in that city at that time have developed health issues of a specific type, but they've all moved to other parts of the country. But they actually were all in that city when that toxic smog was released, and they've all developed similar health issues, but they're now all splintered all over the rest of the country. But that's what did it, is that the government just released this potentially toxic gas to see what effect it would have. It's like, are you fucking serious? You just experimented on the public. It's fucking disgusting. But yeah, those people that were in charge at the time have all retired and can no longer be found. So yeah. Probably there is that. Then so people will say, "What do you think here?" Just to stop and went back in time to assassinate JFK and Abraham. But yeah, we're going back in time to what film was it where they said they need to go back in time and assassinate Abraham Lincoln? I think that was a fucking subtext of a film with some sort of idea they were going to do. I don't think they actually did it. That wasn't what the film was about, but they suggested it as part of a diversionary narrative thread to throw people off what was actually happening.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Technically that tracks.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
For this radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window Made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Just because it's getting a bit annoying, so I'm going to destroy the machine.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, a headshot. No one heard the shot. Sniper rifle. Yeah, because the thing is, what's hilarious is that some of these like restricted government files, sometimes they outline how they spent like hundreds of millions researching whether psychic powers could help them spy on the Russians. And obviously, the only reason they're restricted is because their government would lose face in the public's eye, which is, yeah, I suppose, technically, if they're allowed to withhold information, whatever. But yeah, it talks about how they got like 5 or 6 people that showed psychic potential, and they put them in rooms. And it's actually kind of interesting because Birdie's playing Control at the moment, and there's an awful lot of... and I think some of the stuff in Control may have been kind of referencing, which is why the redacted documents make sense in Control, because, yeah, a lot of the sort of MK Ultra and other, you know, Operation, what were they? Because somebody found loads of the patches, you know, when there's like a government project to build a stealth bomber or to develop a new kind of radio tower or something. It's designated with a name, and people get like a patch on their chevron or whatever. Chevron, whatever. They get a patch on their jacket or whatever on the uniform to say that they're part of project, you know, Blinking Eye or something. And somebody found like a box full of these patches, but we don't know what those projects are. But yeah, there's a bunch of them. And they're like, you know, trying to sort of, can we use radio waves to like microwave someone's head from like 2 miles away? Just the most fucking crazy bullshit ideas. But when the American government was terrified of the Russians and everything else, they would just spend the money to research this stuff. And yeah, they sort of did like a 9-month project with no results, and then they cancelled it. But yeah, you read about how they were putting men in rooms, and on the other side of the wall was like a painting, and they had to describe the painting that they saw, and none of them got it right. And also, Birdie, if you're still here, I don't know if you've done the most recent Windows update, but it completely broke my microphone. I can't mute my microphone properly, and also OBS didn't have the microphone selected, so it might be worth checking if you've done the update. My microphone was completely... it didn't break the microphone, it just wasn't set up. I had to fucking reset it as a source, and now I can't mute it, but yeah. Finnish janitor who comes from fuck knows where. We love Artie. Artie's such a fucking cool character. I love finding Artie in the newer Remedy games. Like when I played Alan Wake 2, I heard him singing. I was like, motherfucker, it's Artie, because I remember Artie from Control. I heard him singing in that little janitor's closet next to the cafeteria in Alan Wake 2. And I was like, motherfucker, there he is. He's mopping away in that room. I was like, there he is, there's our boy. Thanks, not yeah. I mean, if you do the update, like I said, do. Just make sure OBS has your microphone selected as the source for the mic source in OBS, because it removed it for me. And also now the Steam Deck mute function I have is just not working, which is weird, because the foot pedal that makes a clip...
Stop.
The foot pedal that makes a clip still works, so the Steam Deck still works, and it still makes clips and everything, so it's still working. It's just the microphone. And also I can't do Windows Alt-K to mute the microphone, which is something you're supposed to be able to do, so I don't know. But yeah.
Oh, fuck it. Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
Ooh, this is bad.
You should know the words to say. You've been there yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her
Adore Fishes,
finger
welcome in.
squeezes the trigger now.
Oh no. Yes, I know. But she doesn't deserve to die like this.
No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
Oh,
She
fuck
flashes
off.
you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger.
She's not even the fucking perpetrator, dude. So she didn't even do it. Fuck. Well.
You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Fucking hell, dude. Of course the dialogue is going to be incredibly brutally honest about what just happened.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
Fucking hell. Went down, was like, I too have woman issues. And she's like, it says, she flashes you an incredulous grin, like, shakes her head and then blows it off. Fucking hell. Oh, this game is brutally, brutally honest about everything.
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
We are cops. Everything is our fault if we let it be. We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Just gonna loot the corpse, though. I'm such a fucking loot goblin, dudes. Excuse me. Yeah, because I think there was something over here. Yeah, that tent. Okay. Is that a tent? Is it a tent? Feels strange. Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. But yes, that wasn't quite what I had in mind. I thought we could talk them down and then maybe get some information from them, but I guess that was not to be. You're gonna walk all the way around, okay. Fair enough. Oh my god. It's gonna be quite the walk.
Ratan! Now is the time! Oh, you will see. Faster, spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world!
The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are as crisp as the northern winds, howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk with brine and rain. An
Better loot that
ancient
body.
wolf
Loot that
crawls
body, gotta
under
loot that
your skin.
motherfucker playing the flute. Dead girl's body.
Now, Ratan!
I'm not a bard
take
as
me
well.
off.
Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing.
Now, put me in the bottle!
Be gone, foul necktie.
As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. There, they quickly dissolve and disappear completely, cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol. The fabric looks almost new again, no longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but like a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the Insulindian Ocean. The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace. There is silence. The lieutenant has been observing you quietly all this time.
I love on this playthrough that we've basically been the most fucking unhinged and useless policeman detective like possible, and like Kim is constantly just like the game constantly keeps mentioning that Kim is just observing us like judgingly.
Struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up.
He's struggling to keep silent.
I've got to ask, what are you doing?
I don't really know, but I'm eager to find out. In my family, when someone dies, you put a piece of clothing in a bottle as a sign of eternal respect. Okay, Kim, I didn't want to tell you anything, but the necktie has been talking to me lately.
Of course it has.
But there was an option that said, you know, be quiet, you Beano-clad. The fact that they call people with glasses Beano-clad is brutal as well. They invented a slur specifically for the game. So when I woke up in the morning, Ryan's been talking to me ever since.
And what has the necktie been telling you, if I may ask? Wonderful. Very useful.
He doesn't actually believe it's wonderful.
Okay, so why did you put it in the bottle? Right, okay. Anyway, I'm glad you told me your necktie has been speaking to you. That must not have been easy.
Shush, Baba.
We're all under stress. This is turning into a great big mess. I'm not judging.
Let's go.
So you want to say hello to everybody? Time for you to be the baby. You gonna say hello? Say hello to everybody. Assistant Director Artorius is checking everything. Oh, scoop you up like a baby. Let's scoop you up like a baby and stroke your head. There you go. Right. Oh, you're off. You've reasserted that you're the centre of attention. Got fur all over my face. And now you're back to ignoring me again. Yeah, wasn't there something over here? Okay. So, spirit is eternal. Be ready, Bretan. Okay. Right, so we have a gun now as well, which is pretty cool. So, we want to be back over here, because there's some stuff to do. It's Cats for you. Yes, no, he wanted to come and say hello. He wanted to make sure that he was the centre of attention still. And as soon as he ascertains that he's still the centre of attention and the most important boy, he's off. Ah. Polar anorak stuff. A parka is what we would call that in the UK. Oh, what's this? Water trails into the distance, there's no way out. Ice flow, nowhere to go. I could put on the fucking Parker actually. Ice flow, nowhere to go. Stuck in the blinding whiteness of the tundra. Sunder as fuck. No, I don't want your attention. Why aren't you giving me attention? Yeah, this is it. Cats are like...
It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out.
Used to camping out. So yes, apologies chat, we do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. The backup clip player should play some clips for you. I apologise, the actual clip player is fucking broken again. But that's just clip players. Being a streamer, you have a clip player, it works for like 6 months, and then it just stops. It's just this constant fucking battle to get it to work. But yeah, so pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft of some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up, move around, grab a drink or a snack. If you don't miss anything, I'm going to take a break as well and do a quick stretch. I'll come back. YouTube stream is buffering. It returned and jumped. Okay. Yeah, I don't really get any feedback about... I mean, OBS should tell me whether the streams are okay. And we haven't dropped that many frames, like 61 frames out of 659,000. So like 0.0001%. So I think we're okay. Thank you for letting me know though. But yeah, maybe it's just YouTube at the moment. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. Bathroom just started. It means it's 80% humidity here. It was 92% humidity. It was 92% humidity the other day. And as a 39-year-old man, when it gets above 85% humidity, I'm going through baby powder like it's like there's no fucking tomorrow. I swear to God, it looks like I was baking a fucking cake in the bathroom. I'm just fucking covering myself. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, may as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thank you, Krill. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scottish Eye. Confronting memories in the past is akin to the discovery of new possibilities. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. We don't even fat roll that bad. I think we're mid rolling. Look at this. Look at this. Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much.
Blade.
Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. Again, those cheeks, goddamn. This is it, right? Snake is caked the fuck up. They shouldn't call him Solid Snake. They should call him Solid Cake. Because he is thick as fuck. With a backstab. With a backstab. Fucking hell. That worked. Should put the cat cam so it's like you're wearing him as a hat. Move him out of there. Fuck him. But now we need to change the redeem to be hat cam. All I gotta do is not crash. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I think it was playing a clip twice there, and also the clip of me fighting Promised Consort Radahn. One of the keyframes must be fucking corrupted because it goes really fucking... Yeah, it's corrupted. So you just can't win, can you? Even when I build a fucking VLCQ video code to fucking play several video files one after the other as a clip player, to be a backup for the clip player that I use that's a website that does an overlay thing. Even that doesn't work. Fucking technology is such a fucking scam, dudes. Right, let's play a video game. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your
rolled-up
patience. I
sleeping
appreciate that.
bag and personal belongings.
There's only one way to be top dog, and that's taking chances. Gamble. Oh shit! That right there, is where we all fall into the trap.
Put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods.
Is that just a fucking hand sticking out?
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Makes sense.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Sorry about this fucking shadow doing something. It's really annoying when games do that. I think they've updated the game to include the fucking advertisement for the next game, which I won't advertise. I won't even show it on the screen because I don't believe in this company anymore. The artists who made the game, support them, but the publisher who tried to fuck them over, yeah, fuck them. But yeah, I think when they updated it, they broke some of the lighting because the lighting doesn't feel like it's been as good in this playthrough. But yeah, I'll check which version is the best. But yeah.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
But yeah, let me keep me posted, Stabby, because yeah, I don't know if refreshing is going to help, but yeah, I obviously don't want the YouTube stream to be out of sync.
We could learn a lot from this.
Yeah, haven't updated the game for that reason. Yeah, exactly. This is it. I obviously wasn't thinking. I've kept it installed since I first played it, and it's just that every now and again there's an update. But I realised that they've put a fucking advertisement for the next game on the menu, and I was like, I'd rather not do that. And I checked Nexus. There isn't a mod, but I might see if I can down patch to a previous version, because yeah, I think they broke the lighting a little bit, and I think also someone said they changed some of the dialogue, which I'm a bit upset about because it's one of the most important things. But yeah, let me check. Yeah, I seem to be in sync. That was the moment there, yeah. Yeah, seems to be in sync. So yeah, maybe it's your ending. I apologise, but yeah.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down.
Delayed for me, but I mean, there's always going to be a delay.
Quantities, directions.
I mean, you're always going to have like a minimum of 1 second delay. Because I remember saying to somebody, I was like, yeah, luckily there's a 1 second delay so that you can sort of like, you know, the server can process it. And so I was like, nah, like it's instant. And I was like, it feels like the stream is instant, but there is a 1 second delay because the bit rate is 6,000 or in my case, 13,000, 14,000 kilobits a second. So there has to be a second for that data to get sent to the server to then get sent to you to decode into the stream that you watch from me encoding it on my end. So technically, I'm sending it at 14,000 kilobits a second, and you're downloading it at 14,000 kilobits a second. So arguably there has to be a bare minimum of 2 seconds, because that's just the framework of the data delivery. And they didn't understand it. I was like, yeah, that's just it. There's always going to be 2 to 3 seconds. You can't avoid it. Oh. What's this? Underworld. Welcome back, Crow. Things are always very weird. But yeah, Twitch Mobile, which is, but it's more delayed than Twitch Mobile. Yeah, oh yeah, this is it. It was good. It's on the TV, so it's probably that. Possibly, yeah. McBain, welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going, dude? But yeah, I think I need to down patch to a previous version of the game, because I think there's some bugs in this version.
About local operations in those nodes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance, and
How much beats Born Slippy?
You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Back to cleaning BRB, catch you in a bit, Stabs. I was listening to music for a Jilted Generation earlier, and Voodoo People and Poison. I mean, Poison. I think Poison's on Experience. But yeah, I mean, Fat of the Land is pretty fucking special. But yeah, music for a Jilted Generation, their lore and Voodoo People. There's some, yeah, it's up there. I think in terms of club culture, Born Slippy in club culture is like, yeah. But I think Voodoo People and like, Smack My Bitch Up and Firestarter, that was like everywhere. That wasn't just rave culture. That was everywhere. Like so many people were inspired by them.
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
That's really clever, because she wrote nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the arse. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault, but that's another matter entirely. That almost sounds as if it's referring to the fact that on March 4th, she helped stage the lynching, which she admitted to. But the game is clarifying that I shouldn't read into it too much, because that isn't pertinent to the investigation. Yeah, it does cover up its tracks quite well. It doesn't leave any loose ends. And I think that's one of the really sort of reassuring things about a dialogue-driven game like this, is you don't find yourself kind of coming up with weird conclusions and getting the wrong end of the stick. It's very good at sort of making sure it explains things properly without being too like overly patronizing about it, which is kind of nice. That boy Slim uses Born Slippy as his ending on his live shows. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a track to go out on for sure. Massive fan, and here is a transcendent experience. Underworld. Why does this game insist on having annoying fucking tinnitus sounds going off at random moments? Wholly annoying sound design. Is it doing it now?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my
just
next
randomly
move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder. On top of that, forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder. On top of that, this is it. She was really, really fucking struggling with the morality of what she did.
I don't think she killed the mercenary.
No, she didn't.
It looks like she might have been framed.
No, tinnitus
Too
sessions.
bad we didn't really get...
No. No. There is a Twitch integration that I want to test for a playthrough because that'd be kind of fun.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks.
Different game. Yeah, I mean, I have seen games that have like a specific EQ. It depends what they call it, ear defender or, you know, tinnitus prevention or whatever, or tinnitus guard or whatever, where the whole game's engine will just completely strip out that frequency for anything, which is kind of useful. Because sometimes you don't include sounds within your game that have the particular frequency range that triggers tinnitus, but there is variance in the audio something makes based on your orientation to it, and that can sometimes stray into that frequency. So yeah, you can have it so it won't allow it, but yeah. Maybe you guys thinking of that. Battlefield and COD have tinnitus settings because they make tinnitus sounds after being hit with... Yes, yeah. Metro had it at BF. It's bad though. BF is supposed to bring up PTSD. Yeah, but I mean, you know, the thing is, I don't like. It's never really bothered me. And I'm surprised that my hearing is as good as it is, because I did go to a lot of gigs when I was a kid, and I did stand like right next to speakers sometimes at like punk music, metal music, rave music, just all of the audio spectrum was getting blasted. And there were definitely times when I left a venue, like a proper venue, like a proper venue that does like gigs, that has a stage and toilets. But like when you go to like a rave that's kind of underground where there's no regulations, I definitely walked out of a few of those, and like everyone was talking. It was like,
it's fucking really. Can you? I can't hear anything. Can you hear anything? And no, I can't hear a fucking thing. Why is it fucked? Like, do you think it's permanent?
I was like, no, I don't think it's permanent. But yeah, like just muffled as fuck. I was like, fuck, that actually was quite loud. Don't know how many kilowatts that system was, but yeah, that was actually quite loud. But when you're on a bunch of gear and there's lights and stuff and smoke, it's just, you know, not that you should take drugs. You shouldn't. You should just go and enjoy the lights and the smoke and drink lots of water. Don't take drugs. But yeah.
She was in plenty of trouble, even without the murder charge. Still, it's a nasty business. Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
House parties and car, highest volume drinking in a car, damn the yeah. You look confused when we mentioned the tinnitus sound in this, so maybe it's not as good as you think it is. The ear dyslexia. No, I mean, I don't hear this game making a high-pitched sort of wail, like hardly ever.
Either way, we need to keep an eye on her.
If your PC ever struggles to read memory, it might have pixlexia. It does it all the time, really?
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Yeah, we got a bunch of skill points to use if we need. Maybe your TV just doesn't have the speakers for it. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, I don't have the TV up too loud. Like, my TV volume-wise is on 20 out of 100. And, like, brightness-wise... Because I remember, like I say, with my TVs, and I don't have them that bright. Picture-wise... The backlight is on 45 out of 50. The brightness is on 0 out of 5. Contrast is on 8 out of 50. Yeah, 8 out of 50 for contrast. So I don't have contrast up very high at all. Sharpness is on 10 out of 30, I think. No, 10 out of 20. So yeah, I don't really have... I have the color tone on warm, BT1886 for the gamma on 0, but yeah, I don't really have my TVs or my screens that bright. But that, maybe that's why HDR always looks kind of shit to me. Maybe I should turn the TV up a bit, but yeah. Maybe it's too high. Yeah, I mean, maybe the TV just doesn't. I mean, no. Actually, no. I don't use the TV for Battlefield. I use my headset. So yeah, but I remember, like, I've definitely heard that specific pitch after a grenade or an explosion goes off in a game. It's like, poof, and that really high pitched. So yeah, I've definitely heard that coming out of the TV before. So it can do it. But I just can't hear it because I'm ancient and my hearing's going. I don't know. But like I say, my hearing's pretty good. But yeah. Don't take LSD and watch Eraserhead. No, don't take LSD and watch anything. Maybe it doesn't have the frequency range for it. Could also be a psychological voice here, a ring in here. Sometimes turn it out. When it flares up, I can hear it. Yeah, potentially, yeah.
The plain red.
Has Kim got anything new to say? No, okay. But yeah, no, I don't hear it. But I have heard like the high-pitched grenade going off in the room in a game, and it's, you know, I could definitely hear that audibly. So yeah, I know the TV's capable, and I know I can hear it, but I just can't hear it when I'm playing this game. HDR on your TV should put the TV to max brightness automatically if turned on. Yeah, maybe I've changed a setting where it can't do it. Because I can change the game to be HDR, but the TV won't show it. But yeah, I could muck around with it. But yeah, realistically, like, you know, HDR tends to sort of, you know, hurt performance, and it doesn't really add enough for me. It's a QLED, which is not. I don't think it's quantum dot. It's just called a QLED, so it's local dimming zone. It's got a decent amount of dimming zones, but it's not per pixel dimming, so it's not proper OLED. Can't quite afford that, unfortunately, but it does well enough for me. Like the black here for me is clearly not quite as black as this. You know, this is super dark black. This is pretty black, but here it's kind of a bit. You can see there's a little bit of light, so it's not perfect, but it's definitely an upgrade from my old TV. And it's definitely good enough for playing, you know, for watching films and stuff on. So, plus I got a really good deal on it. So, Dangerous will probably been destroyed by artillery fire. Yeah, I think there was a red thought bubble over there. Ooh. Yeah. Stone's full, it's a long way down. But we can't get up on this roof here. That's a shame. Excuse me. Some people hear blood rushing. You can make my blood rush. Yes, so hearing blood rushing in your ear, or a fluid sound, a rushing fluid sound, it's called pulsative tinnitus, and I have experienced it occasionally. There's obviously a pretty big blood vessel that goes like here, and there's one here as well. And yeah, obviously when your heartbeat is quite high, you're locking GAT up. Okay, fair enough. I mean, this streamer bot should chuck them over there automatically, so it should be fine. But yeah, it's called pulsative tinnitus, and I've experienced it once or twice in life. It's not a regular occurrence, so I think I'm okay. Touch wood. Touch wood. But what's worse than pulsative tinnitus is sleep paralysis. And I've experienced sleep paralysis, like profoundly, like significant sleep paralysis twice. And there's moments where I wake up and I can't move for like half a second, and then I can move. But that's usually because something's woken me up before my body was ready for it. But yeah, there have been a couple of times where I woke up and I couldn't move for like a good 10 minutes. I just couldn't move for like 10 minutes. And it's genuinely one of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced. I was like, oh shit, I did too much drugs. I'm fucking paralyzed. This is not good. This is a terrible turn of events. But fortunately, every time I've been able to slowly but surely move my arms and legs just a little bit, I can feel them moving a little bit without, I can feel the muscles tightening without moving, and I slowly get movement of my limbs back. But yeah, apparently People have sleep paralysis demons, where when they're paralyzed, they also manifest like in the corner of the room, like something staring at them. Oh, fucking hell. I have all black background on my PC and icons turned off, and auto hide taskbar. I literally cannot tell my PC is on. Yeah, this is exactly. With an OLED, the screen is just completely black, and yours is a WOLED, so it's black. Because that was the other thing. The QD OLEDs, they can't quite go as black, unfortunately. But yeah. I'm gonna spat out my drink. Supposed to drink it, but have it all black background. It's horny jail still a thing because I may need a citizen's arrest. Yeah, it's still a scene, and obviously you've been put in there by Stabby. Alice has been put in there by Crow. Tigers obviously put themselves in there like 10 times, so I've just left it there. But yeah, it's still a scene. It's all automated now, so I don't have to manually type it in. But you guys can still have fun with it. That was the important thing, was establishing ways to automate everything. So I can just focus on not playing the game and talking too much, because yeah, this is the thing, is Twitch has made so many changes to what counts as a viewer. So you've got to try and fucking engage people as much as possible, but if you just talk to people all the time, you can't play the game as much. If you play the game too much, everyone doesn't get counted as a lurker. It's like they've created this another fucking another, what's the word for two things at once? Not a hypochondria, not necessarily a dichotomy. I can't think of the word. They've created a scenario where you have to do two things at once that counteract each other. I don't know what you would call it, but yeah. Yes, we need to go back to the whirling, I suppose. I suppose the quickest way is to go via the church. However, that is a bit spicy, because when we travel back to the whirling, yeah, it won't let us, because I think I know what's going to happen. It's very important we get a save down first, because yeah, full of holes. Supposed to hide treasure. Look inside. Hmm. Did this last time? That Joyce's boat. Yeah, I've forgotten how to get back to forgotten how to get back to the whirling from here, because I keep fast traveling. I think we have to head down over here somewhere. And don't touch your wood like that, Crumbs. Jeez, mate. Well, these are made of wood. These are bamboo, so technically whenever I say touch wood, I am technically touching a piece of wood, so but yeah, you don't want to touch your wood on stream. Definitely against TOS. Right, is that boat ready yet? Yeah, it is Joyce's boat. Yeah, let's go. I think that we could also speak to Joyce as well, because there may have been something.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
No, okay, nothing. Right. Excusez-moi. I'm my own worst enemy. I'm zooming into the game, but also scrolling chat as well. That's interesting. Excuse me. Matilda had sleep paralysis with hallucination. Oh, yeah. Sleep paralysis, it is terrifying. Citizen's arrest, tyrannical cop locked up caller instead. And a sleep paralysis once. It was generally horrible. Yeah, it's fucking terrifying. The difference for me is that I am the sleep paralysis demon. Own sleep paralysis demon, yeah. It's meta. A demon's coming up from her foot and slowly coming up. She wakes up sweating and screaming. Oh, fucking hell. And she being religious didn't. Oh, yes. But yeah, religion obviously adds a whole aspect to how you would process the information. Feel locked up. I'm in a McDonald's and I've been waiting for 20 minutes for the food, which is a long time. Yeah, it's not really. You can't really call it fast food if it takes 20 minutes. That's slower than cooking your own food, right? You know. And more expensive, I'd imagine. Got a lot of experience with that practice, don't you? Poison's supposed to be fast. That's the trade-off. Yeah, this is it. It's supposed to be fast food, right? Worked at the hospital as a facility manager to throw all the brain parts stuck to the between glasses. Oh, fucking hell. Lebensborn. So either Krilla's old as fuck or Sweden has been doing lobotomies for ages. Both. Cured many diseases, stopped actually in 2000. Was it still going on in you could still lobotomize somebody in 2000? Jesus Christ. Fucked. Because yeah, like didn't France, like France was still executing people by guillotine until like some crazy time when like it was like, really? They were still cutting people's heads off in public. That's kind of wild. Born before it happened, Friend was born the day after. Oh yeah, have we been in here? Yeah, we have, okay. Yeah, so the reason we can't fast travel back to the Whirling is because we need to walk up to it. When we walk up to it, the shit's gonna hit the fan in a pretty big way. Right, I think also a guide told me to make a save here. Oh.
Stop. Now. It is time. Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul. Your old friend has prepared you for this, at great cost to himself. Make sure you have the spirit bomb in your hand when shit goes south. You hear what sounds like an enthusiastic gurgling coming from the spirit bomb in your pocket.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach.
Oh, I'm supposed to put on the fucking armor, aren't I? Shit.
There's something very wrong with him.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Well, it cured them. Well, it cured. Might blow you guys' minds, but they still use electricity as a genuine cure for some mental... What, shock therapy? That's also pretty fucking terrifying. Electrocution you see in the old doc. Yeah, they put like fucking contacts on the side of their temples and yeah. Lobotomy's cooler. Some actually showing some help, but still not recommended. Even OCD or anxiety, you got lobotomy for OCD or anxiety. 73% was women and some crazy. Well, that's fucking barbaric, dudes. Use it as the most effective method for treating depression. I think the whole of Scandinavia did it too in the late 80s. Most of the world quit in the 80s. I mean, electroshock therapy. Yeah, electroshock therapy. Yeah. Actually, deadly electric shocks. Electroshock therapy. That's the name. I couldn't remember it, but yeah, very much used in Denmark for depression. So how does electroshock therapy cure depression? That's fucking crazy.
It is merciful. willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
This is not a place for a gunfight. We also had insulin coma therapy for people in coma back when they back in a coma again. See, I've often, you know, like if I was not feeling very well and it was going to take like a few weeks to heal, I've thought to myself, like, could you put me in like a medically induced coma where like I don't need to eat or, you know, whatever. I'm just going to, could you imagine how much better you would feel if you just had a week of genuinely good sleep, like coma levels of sleep? But the trouble is, apparently, the longer you're out, the more likely your brain is to stop. Like when you stop using your brain, like at like the level of like a coma, you can become quite literally brain dead. Like the term brain dead, like not as an insult, but like your brain stops functioning because you have to use it or you lose it, which is why dementia is so brutal. But yeah, I remember thinking when I was a kid, I was like, damn, I'm so fucking tired all the time. This is when I was like 23. I wasn't fucking tired, but I felt like I wish they could just put me in a coma for a weekend just to save money, but also make me feel better. And I was like, damn, I should have learned how to live a better life rather than thinking of going into a coma, a medically induced coma, to recover from feeling like hungover. But yeah, can help with some things. Physical tics, for instance, is only recommended in severe cases. Stimulates parts of the brain. It's like resetting the brain signals. It will make you function normally again. Function normally, like shocking the heart back into normal rhythm again. They're shocking the brain back into a normal rhythm. Yeah, but like they say, the synaptic pathways in the electronic pulses, or the kind of, I don't know if it's an electronic pulse or whatever, but like the synaptic pathways and the sort of signal that fires along them, just absolutely cooking them with fucking high power, like high voltage electricity. Surely the success rate is pretty fucking all over the place. But I mean, I suppose if they're still doing it, they would have had to have done a peer-reviewed study to make sure it's safe, because medical science is good like that. But yeah, to John Hospital, it's called mental hospital. It's called in this home place people didn't even walked by even when it was closed. Most beautiful lake in town. Then to the hospital, it was abandoned, creepy as fuck. Yeah, abandoned hospitals usually are pretty fucking creepy. There's an abandoned mental institution near where I live, and we used to go there as kids, but not because we wanted to get scared. We would go there with some weed and some beers and wait for other kids to show up, and then we would scare them, like rattling chains on the floor and throwing wheelchairs down the stairs and stuff and scaring people because we were evil little shits. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Only used for severe depression, like once they determine the depression can't be talked away, and then they'll try ACT. Yeah, I suppose if somebody's so depressed, they're likely to take their own life anyway, and they're completely and utterly medically inconsolable, and it's a last-ditch attempt, I suppose, yeah. And obviously the person who's being treated like that, having that treatment, would obviously only do that as a last resort. They'd only agree to it and consent to it as a last resort, so yeah. I sleep, I hurt sleep. Why? Because I'm asleep and I can't be uncomfortable. Yeah, this is it. Like, you know, sometimes I feel like just sleeping for 2.5 days would fix almost everything about me. But yeah.
Let me handle it.
But even at 41, I can't sleep for more than...
I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement.
Can't fucking sleep at all, apparently. But I have got sort of 2 or 3 months of the medication that fixes my stomach acid, and that should stop my nose making too much phlegm, which means I should be able to breathe at night. So hopefully give it a few more weeks. I mean, I was talking to Krill about this on the other stream. My voice already sounds clearer. I feel like I can pronounce words much better. I can sort of enunciate and sort of, you know, say things a bit better. So I feel like my voice sounds a bit better, but I still have to clear my throat a little bit. But I'm hoping over the next few weeks that goes away. I hope I start sleeping properly. But yeah.
Superior firepower, Andy Moses.
Aztec death whistle instead, just to scare them. There's a Swede over there, the horror. Women who relied too much on state welfare were sterilised in Sweden during the 50s. Went up to more than 6,000 people. Fucking hell, man. When I had COVID, just slept for most of the day. Well, yeah, the way COVID hits me is I have like 1 or 2 days of feeling like kind of gross, and then one day where I am fucking clinging to life, like just unable to I'm literally bedridden. I can't get out of bed. and then I start to feel better. It fucking hits like a train, and then it fades. It takes a couple of days. So that Monday, Tuesday, let's say I caught it. Monday, Tuesday, I start to feel kind of groggy and horrible. Wednesday, I'm going to be fucking absolutely inconsolable, just completely bedridden. Thursday, Friday, I'll start to, by Saturday, I'll be fine. It's so fucking weird.
Peaceful.
But
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first. The Mercenary Tribunal. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsating glow. It feels enticing somehow.
All right, end game. Light me on fire and throw me in his face.
Wait, it's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is. But you have to soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's a good idea to get under his skin first. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
oh, okay. This is a bit of a turning point, I suspect. Some people had so much shit against too. When I had COVID, I didn't feel it. So when I had the vaccine, I could feel shit after from. I was fine after all the vaccines, but when I got Pfizer ones, I had Johnson & Johnson were pretty fucking shit. Yeah, I had, like, apparently they confirmed it was okay to have the Pfizer for the first shot and then the other one for the second shot. So I did have both my shot, but I think I need to go back and have a booster. I think at my age, I need to go back and have a booster. I might have to pay for it, but yeah, I don't want to get COVID again. It's fucked me up for several years now. So I think I need to go and get, re-vaccinated for it just in case. But yeah, I'm just trying to get out of the woods with this fucking congestion. Oh yeah, COVID's still around. It's like influenza. It's not going anywhere. Yeah, we've vaccinated against it, but it's still out there because people are fucking idiots. They don't wash their hands. They get COVID. They go out in public. We could get rid of it, just like sexually transmitted diseases. We could get rid of them. We could kill them off, but we don't. People refuse to fucking follow the rules because they think they're special. So yeah, that's why they exist. I'd sleep for most of the day, wake up, energy juice some stuff, and then sleep. It's also American and repeat. So of course this shit. COVID in 2020, I was laid out. Yeah, it fucks different people up. Yeah, I think I got Pfizer and AstraZeneca as well. Noravax had the lowest. It was just a protein subnet-ish. Yeah, they attached a weaker version of the virus to a protein chain to make it easy to kill, which is kind of what they do with a lot of them. Explaining feeling shitty, I never end up catching COVID. This is the thing: is I got vaccinated. I had both my vaccinations, and then I've got the COVID tests. Every time I got exposed, I did a COVID test, and I didn't have it. And it was like 17 times I'd literally been having a conversation with somebody, or like hugged somebody that had it, or I was in a car with somebody that had it for like 20 minutes, and I didn't catch it. But then when I did catch it, it completely fucked me. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, wash your fucking hands and don't go out. If you've got COVID, try and not go out. You know, try and stay in. It's not that hard, to be honest. I don't know, man. Raw dogging COVID almost took me out. First shot just ruined my afternoon. Yeah, this is it. You feel groggy because your body's fighting off the thing they just injected you with, but your body's supposed to fight it off to build the antibodies. This is the thing. Didn't get the vax till much later because while I trust Pfizer, the NHS put a warning out about 2 nurses with severe allergies had bad effects after the shots, so I advised people not to for a while, and then they gave the all clear. I got the shots. Can mutate too. New strains are not bad like the first one. I think that the only one that's still around now isn't quite as bad. And obviously the herd immunity of the vaccination effort has made it less deadly, of course. Most of the time COVID with the shots is annoying, but I got it last fall almost as bad as the first time. I'm fat and I had cancer, I'll get my vaccines. Yeah, exactly. If you've had cancer, you want to be careful with your immune system, of course. Old flu, which people will take vaccines for when they don't have to. Yeah. I mean, the flu, I need to go get a flu jab because I don't go into the office anymore. I used to get a free one at work, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, I will catch up with chat in a second, but I want to do this bit of the game.
Yeah? Who did then? How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window.
Fuck me, that scared me. I thought somebody got shot.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead. Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
And we're getting into his... Yeah, we're getting in there.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laylee knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipsy the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck, you'll die first! Find his killer. Cop, his killer, stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here. Today.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Howen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does? Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Easy. Easy now.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacier, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost? She left! Her room's cleaned out!
Yes, I do know how much Windows cost because I've already broken one of yours. COVID gang shot him.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Fuck.
You throw the ball and it's way off.
Shit.
It's a fiasco, Bratan!
Even at this distance, you can still make out the ugly tie suspended in blue liquid. It looks extremely
I might load up so I can do that.
Wow, you threw it far. Great throw. Too bad the goal was to throw it a very short distance, and now everyone will die. Don't thank me. You did this.
What's going to happen now? Everyone's going to die. What do you think's going to happen? What? You were a sad drunk who bought an ugly tie. Who gives a shit? Everyone is going to die because our plan failed. I have no idea how you're going to get out of this. No idea.
No, it's off. Way off. I told you. The man it was supposed to hit is looking over his shoulder to see where it went. And he can't see it. It's that off.
This is it! I'm gonna hit the ground and burn away now! Most of the people in this yard are gonna die, if not all! Probably you too! It's a complete disaster!
Get ready for a world of pain, man. No, not a disaster. Weave this into the story of you. Walk out of its ruins. Save those who still can be saved. I'm on your side.
One of my favorite bits of dialogue in the entire game, dudes.
And the lieutenant, too. And the men behind your back, drawing their weapons. You can live. You can get out of this.
I bet you are!
Around you, time starts moving again. The sounds of violence and panic. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
Yeah, and Kim's eyesight is not very good, although he is okay with his marksmanship scores, but...
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human.
And Kim made the shot.
An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Yeah.
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you.
Oh.
His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Fuck. Double sixes, yeah. Fuck.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Oh, fuck. Okay, we have an ad break coming up, so I apologize. I'm going to have to quickly pause there. I don't want anybody to miss anything, so I'm going to pause the game. Don't worry. YouTube, if you're watching, you guys can fast forward till after the ad break. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips. Apologies that we had to do an ad break in the middle of this, but that is unfortunately Twitch streaming. Yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. But yes, I got away with one of those checks. Excuse me. I got away with one of those checks. It was pretty low, But then the other one was like 3%. It was never going to happen. But I forgot, you're supposed to put on the armor that you've got before that, because then if you get shot, it changes it. But yeah, anyway, the outbreak's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys over there. I'll be right back. Bathroom just started. Means it's 80% humidity here. It was 92% humidity. It was 92% humidity the other day. And as a 39-year-old man, when it gets above 85% humidity, I'm going through baby powder like there's no fucking tomorrow. I swear to God, it looks like I was baking a fucking cake in the bathroom. I'm just fucking covering myself. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, may as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thank you, Krill. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scotland's Eye. Confronting memories in the past is akin to the discovery of new possibilities. Yeah, no, I'm okay. You know, I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. We don't even fat roll that bad. I think we're mid-rolling. Look at this. Look at this. Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. Go. Those cheeks, god damn. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it. Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... who cares? No one wants you anyway. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear.
Fuck, that check worked.
There's no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim, and the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door. Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
You know what's... I've mentioned before how unapologetically authentic this game is about dealing with the subject matter it chooses to incorporate in its narrative. But twice now, the subject of mortality has been brutally apparent. And dialogue options like this, or choices like this. In the beginning of the game, one of the first dream sequences, you look at yourself hanging from the tree where the corpse is, with a disco ball above you. And it's kind of like you're looking at yourself dying, which is a horrible thought that creeps into your brain when you're addicted to substance and alcohol. You realize that every now and again when you overdo it and you're on the floor and you can't stand back up, if you can't roll onto your side, you're going to swallow your own tongue and die. You can't bring yourself to sort of turn yourself over, kick your legs out so that you stay on your side, and put your arm underneath your head so that if you vomit, you'll get rid of it and not drown in your own vomit. The way this game references mortality definitely feels very, very close to home when it comes to that situation. So I apologize if I drift off when it starts talking about it. Excuse me. Yes, Titus. It's a shame. Just paralyzed. Monday morning demons before work speaking to me like Memento Mori. Fucking love this game. The dream sequences are so good. It's one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. I think that the way that it symbolizes and references all of the various different aspects of alcoholism and substance abuse, and also just how a human being navigates their own mental state, the voices in their own head, what their conscience tells them, what the simplistic, animalistic parts of their brain tell them, and what the more logical and, solution and detail-orientated parts of their brain and aspects of their mindset teach them and talk to them about. It's just, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good at being just internalized. The main character's internalized self-loathing. You're speaking to people, but you're also having a dialogue with yourself, and it's just, I don't think any game has ever quite fleshed out a character and what they're going through like this game. The fact that there are different aspects of your own mindset that are speaking to you in different voices with different personalities that pop up different dialogue choices based on their own aspects, the aspects of their own sort of, internalized personality. You're internalizing all the various different components of the character's personality, not just their personality as a whole. It's one of the greatest video games I've ever played. Hands down, one of the greatest video games I've ever played.
Of course. I know you do. Everybody leaves when they get the chance. Go on, keep falling. Deeper. Take the door.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
Crashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon it will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
It's not ouch time yet.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off. Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying. Cops like it. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. You tried to throw an improvised petroleum bomb. It missed. Then you said, "It's a fiasco, Bratan," in a funny voice. A firefight ensued.
Honestly, like, again, another one of this game's outstanding qualities. Like, no video game can go from heartbreakingly sad to fucking hilarious as quickly and as well as this game. It goes from, like, the most heartbreakingly somber and, like, soul-crushingly devastating dialogue that makes you question life. And then it will say something that's just so fucking peculiar and kind of, like, ridiculous. Like, I know that I threw an improvised petrol bomb and it missed, and you said it's a fiasco, Bratan, in a funny voice. A firefight ensued. No game can jump from fucking one end of the spectrum to the other quite as well as this game. It's it's amazing.
The lieutenant does not answer. Instead, searching his coat pockets for something.
Is he going to give me the tie?
A smoke, most likely.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital. Yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes. You were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened. Yes. This is the one.
Yeah, it is.
He's in a private hospital across the road. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
Yeah, I mean, the guy that you shot, if he survived...
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage. 5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
Did you say 7 people are dead when it says 6 people are dead?
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is
Oh,
done.
maybe...
The violence is...
Then why does the dialogue say
The
that?
Hornet did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean-Vic Mayer
It's a glitch.
is his name.
Ah, okay.
The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky.
So there's a version of those events where 7 people die and it's played that dialogue rather than the 6-person dying dialogue. Okay. Okay.
Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
Mustachioed, psycho locomotor. The fuck is this game? It's like, yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, it is kind of jarring. But no, I mean, some of the dialogue is fucking just completely insane. But at the same time, some of the dialogue it's some of the most significantly powerful stuff I've read in books, films, you know, poems. You know, some of the dialogue in this game just absolutely grabs hold of me by the heart and makes me fucking think about the world. It's just fucking brilliant.
I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from the Major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me. Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Efrater. I honestly don't know. Do you? Because we can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Oh, that is what I've heard.
Mustachioed is a
There's
word.
A pin somewhere
Been a great, it's in a
machine
song
that
too.
keeps Connell from sending in a death squad.
Good, you just have to look through the bullshit. It's good, you just have to look through the bullshit. Nah. There's no bullshit with this game. It genuinely is, like, it's as close to perfect, I think, as a video game can get for me. The only things it does wrong are so tiny and minor and minuscule. Everything it does so fucking well. And for a game that has this much dialogue and context, it has to be like a dialogue tree-driven game. So it's a perfect format. But yeah, it's because this entire world, all the characters, the story, this was all fleshed out as a book that didn't do very well. They pivoted towards a game as a way of trying to use what they created that didn't do well as a book to make a game. And, you know, they managed to collect together, as well as a bunch of talented writers. Oh, the cigarette isn't following his hand in the animation properly. That's annoying me as well. But like I say, the stuff it does wrong is so minor. You see the cigarette doesn't line up. The animation, I think they've broken it. I don't remember that before. I would have noticed that before. But I think they've broken it with updates. I think I'm going to fucking try and down patch to a previous version. Because, yeah, I think it has hurt the presentation of a few things. But yeah, like I say, that's not a deal breaker. But yeah, I think the way the dialogue is written, the way it's voice acted, the way the game looks, the art style and everything, the leveling system, the inventory system, the sort of side questy stuff you can do, it's just, everything just feels so fucking good to play. And yeah, like I say, like video games every now and then, like I played Red Dead Redemption 2, start to finish. I don't know if it was 100 hours or not. And there were a handful of times where the dialogue hit me. There were a handful of times where I thought, holy shit, that's 11 out of 10 writing. But this game, like at least 20 or 30 times, I've been like blown away by how a piece of dialogue has hit me. And I'm like, fuck, man, that's an achievement.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her end.
It's incredible. I've seen many playthroughs of this game and still finding new dialogue. Yeah, exactly.
We should have arrested her, you know?
I mean, this is the thing. Like, I've tried to do every single fucking thing. Tried to do every single task up until the point where the Mercenaries Tribunal. And I've saved all my skill points so I can level up the things to do the checks to make sure I do as much as possible. But I can't do that anymore because she's gone. But yeah, I try to do as many of the side questy things as possible. Because yeah, you open up another room, you go to that communist meeting, you speak to those guys, and there's more dialogue to get. So yeah, I've tried to do everything I can in this run. But the next run, we're going to have to do hardcore and focus on some specific choices to try and get some trophies. Because I want to 100% the game because it's just one of the best video games I've ever played. But it's not quite as easy as just doing all the quests and finding all the items. There's like genuine sort of branches of dialogue you've got to find through various different choices that I'm going to have to use a guide for, unfortunately. But yeah.
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
Okay. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
The bed's a little nicer now. You could get a good night's sleep here. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken, because nothing happens. The air in the room is starting to feel like vaporized urine.
What? The window's been replaced. For a second there, I thought it was going to ask me to throw my shoe through it again. I thought it was going to ask me to throw my fucking shoe through it again. That would have been fucking hilarious. Oh, yeah, there is. Fuck's sake. That the door is open, you can walk right into Kim's room. Oh, I see. Hang on.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean.
Mm.
You see the reflection of your face in the mirror, such as it is, without the expression.
The expression.
It's just hairy. These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may
3
get
kobolds
notes
in a
of this
trench coat.
and other recent cases.
So many times. Sif's new hobby is catching shrews. I have 2 dead shrews lying at my back door from last night. Box vibrated imperceptibly. Why do I need to know about that then, since it can't be perceived? Well, this is the thing, is that some dialogue is not designed to have a purpose other than to establish the feeling or the atmosphere. And I agree, it can be overdone. There is a book somewhere in this flat that I read a while ago called Homeboy. And it is some of the most overly verbose, densely, unnecessarily dense dialogue I have ever tried to read through. Every single fucking particle of every single scene is explained in explicit detail. And whilst it is charming for the first couple of paragraphs, it makes it such a fucking slog to read through, because ultimately there isn't enough being left up to my imagination to fill in. And if a book doesn't sort of engage my imagination to fill in the blanks, I don't feel myself investing in the story. I'm just reading something that everybody else interprets the exact same way, and therefore the book doesn't really speak to me. But whenever I get an author that is good at describing things in a way that sets me off on a path of imagining what's in the room, my imagination filling in the blanks makes me feel a lot more invested in the narrative of the book. So yeah, and it doesn't happen super often, but every now and again I get a book and I can't put it down. I can't stop reading it. I should probably do more research. And the thing is, I have got worse with reading. I've got a few books lying around that I want to read. But yeah, it's a very, very careful balance you need to strike as an author. And I'm not an author, but yeah, writing in a way which uses descriptive words to sort of pencil in a few details about what's going on in the scene, but making sure to leave enough out for the reader's imagination to sort of flesh out the characters. Because it's crazy to me how, Mr. Darcy or, Scout or whoever, some character from a book that's been read by many, many people, all the classic literature books that people read, they have different hair, or they have different eyes, or they have a different voice, or they wear different clothing in other people's imaginations. Yet it is the same story that we've all read, right? To Kill a Mockingbird or Pride and Prejudice or whatever. There's enough in there that you have to come up with to make it a story. And I think that's one of the real qualities of a good author, is knowing how much to leave out. And Hideo Kojima is very good at that. And so FromSoft are very, very, very good. FromSoft are so fucking obscure and so restrictive with the lore. There's so much detail but there's giant gaping holes, excuse me, massive gaps that are left open to interpretation. And that's exactly what people do, which is why people will talk about the FromSoft games for decades, centuries maybe, you know, because there's enough in there. There's enough of a structure and a framework to establish the world and the characters within it, but there's enough left out, and there's enough that's obscure enough for you to have to go and find, that you create an environment where the player is trying to connect the dots, and then they find something that corroborates with their theory, and it establishes this sort of core memory. I saw that banner on the wall in that castle before we fought that boss. These guys have the same banner on the cape that they drop as an item you can wear as like armor. These guys are from that castle, and then you learn that they used to serve the master of that castle, who is the boss you fought, but they broke away from them because of some reason. And you're like, oh my God, this is one of the best video games ever made. Yeah. So yeah, I like that shit. I like that shit a lot. Don't get about the line in particular. Like, are we supposed to be the character? Are we supposed to be like the god that knows everything going on? Because, I mean, it seems like we're a character in this game, so it means the character couldn't perceive it, shouldn't know about it. Well, so the dialogue, the narrator is not the main character. So when they said that it shakes imperceptibly, the main character doesn't perceive it, but it is happening. So us as the player, we are playing as a character, but the narrator is talking about what's going on in the game. So I think that's what we're getting at here. So the narrator will describe something that Harrier Dubois, doesn't have a way of knowing, but the narrator can tell you about it because that's the environment that we're. So yeah, there are moments when the narrator will talk about things that the main character is unaware of, but that's purely just world building. So yeah, I think that's, yeah. But yeah, imperceptibly, you know, the wind is blowing on the walls and it's not perceptible to the character, but it is, you know, making it shake.
Opened the door
But yeah,
to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
not I see the very American reading. Yeah, well, yeah, I wanted to read some of the American classics, you know, and there's a couple of others. What else is there? What else do all the Americans read? The American authors. Can't even remember. I mean, of Mice and Men, but you know, I've seen the film, and you know, I think I read the book at one point, but I've watched a few film adaptations of it as well. And yeah, it is heartbreaking when you realise that somebody just isn't built for this world. They're just not ever going to be okay, and you have to choose whether that, you know. Yeah, that is a heartbreaking story. If we're being honest. We never really got assigned reading books. That was like a very early school thing, and we had to read fairly simple kids' books, but that stopped quickly. Yeah, it's a shame. But I suppose if you go into, I mean, I didn't study literature at university. I studied art and design, but I knew literature students, you know, and obviously I would talk to them about the books, and they would suggest books, and I would occasionally read them. But I have got worse with it. To be fair, Harry specifically has the ability to know things that an ordinary person wouldn't, e.g. from esprit de corps. Yeah, this is it. And also, Harry is a very, I mean, the narrator said it was imperceptible. But also, yeah, Harry is he's a very good detective because he can sense things, you know, he can feel things. So yeah, that's true. That's true. Dubois. It is Dubois, right? That is how you pronounce it. I mean, I think that's how they pronounce it in the game. Guys have literacy students. Yeah, well, literature students. Not reading books isn't really a shame. It's fucking happy you never forced us to read books as someone with aphantasia being forced to. Yeah, because you don't have a mind's eye to imagine things, whereas me, I have a very vivid imagination, so books obviously worked for me a bit more when I was a kid. But obviously, social media has taken over since then.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go.
He doesn't want me to be in the room anymore.
I am sure neither of us feels solid enough to keep loitering in this room. I am sure neither...
He doesn't want me to read anymore. Can we not leave through the door? Is that not a possibility? Close the damn door then. Okay, fuck it. Oh, I'm fucking running around on my broken leg. Ouch, that's just maybe don't run. It's so self-aware, dudes. I love this game so much. Essentially, there's something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note, a few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door.
I've read books like Robinson Crusoe, Harry Potter and such, but I read Robinson Crusoe as like his diary of what happened. I never had to try and imagine it, and I read it as experiences. Same with Harry Potter. Ah, I see. Okay.
I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift.
A gift.
Oh shit, sorry.
I am not drawing my gun yet. I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note.
Book I remember from childhood had a little impact was Marcus Aurelius Meditations, made one go into philosophy. Yeah, this is it. I mean, I think some of the literature you read as a kid, it kind of, I think lots of people will culturally migrate to the kind of media and the entertainment and the literature that they're always going to eventually. But the path that they take to get there changes depending on where they start. So I think if you started somebody off with something like To Kill a Mockingbird, that would make them much more acutely aware of the racist and systemic oppression of, you know, certain societies, whereas something like Of Mice and Men would make you much more emotionally aware of your sort of the flaws of the people that you love and how that makes you biased towards them and their failings. Whereas I'm trying to think of something else that I can talk about with any confidence, because I don't want to start waffling pretentious bollocks about a book I can't remember too well. I'd rather be honest with you guys. It's been a long time since I read some of these books. I am 41 now, and this was when I was a teenager. But I mean, I could talk more about films that I've watched recently, I suppose. But yeah, I think that the media you come across as a kid is your way in to culture. I think because people talk about, like, you know, pipelines and stuff, and I think it's important that we clarify that when it comes to to culture in general, but also like media literacy and literature and art and everything else, I think that it is one big cloud of stuff that you will find your way through, and you will resonate with the things that you like and you won't with the stuff that you don't. So I think that you're always going to be drawn to the kinds of artwork and the kind of works that, you know, much like, I mean, the thing is, when I talk about artists that I like, or, you know, books that I like, or photographers that I like, everyone's like, you know, I don't know how you could spend like months and months and months researching, and, you know, how you've done all, you know, you've gone from here to here to here to, yeah, but, you know, you all start listening to music, and then because of some music you find some other music, and because of some music you find some other. So music is the one art form that almost everybody, like, unanimously develops a taste in. But they don't develop a taste in painters, in poets, in photographers. And that's strange to me, because they're all artists of a certain kind, right? So it's funny to me that music has always been proposed and sort of implied as this cultural sort of phenomena that you should pursue an interest in. But nobody says to young kids, you should really be looking at paintings and figuring out what you like, or you should be listening to poets, or looking at photography and finding out what you like. Because I think that in the same way, everybody has a music taste. Everybody does actually, underneath everything, have a taste in painting and poetry and photography and sculpture and everything else. It's just they're so underexposed to it, then it's just not as common. And yeah, it's interesting to me, because I see music as just another form of expression compared to the rest of them. But for other people, music is like this super, super significant thing, whereas the other stuff is just art they're not really that bothered about, which is really strange. Yeah. Me either. I think of a description of red apple. Obviously, I know how an apple looks like, but I don't see it. Yeah, see, I can picture things in my mind really easily. It's a skill that I was born with. When I was you guys, the entire fucking movie's happening in your brains, and you say I'm crazy. Yeah, I can visualize things in my head, and that makes it easier to draw them. Basically, because music is a very basic human thing. We need music to communicate since forever. Really, it's easy, brother. Why don't you everyone do it? Works for a living. I mean. Yeah, but we've communicated. I mean, cave paintings were around before music, because we couldn't record music for a long time. So cave paintings and, you know, painting things on walls was a form of communication, as well as verbal communication, right? And And I'm pretty sure before we had a way of recording music, people were making music with various different things. But I think in terms of like decorating ourselves with clothing and jewelry, we made clothing and jewelry of a certain style. Style started to emerge at some point. I'd have to ask Lim, who's much more of an expert on archaeology and stuff. But yeah, I think we designed like clothes and shoes and sort of decorative things for cultural and religious reasons, obviously. But I think we did that before we kind of, I mean, obviously, yeah, religions and stuff developed music as a way of, making people sing songs to make them buy into it and stuff. But yeah, I feel as if like painting things on cave walls was like one of the first ways of recording information, which is like kind of what painting is today. Even though we have cameras, painting was one of the only ways to record something visually for such a long time. And that's been going on since, back in cave painting days, which was I don't know how many thousand years ago. But yeah, we made music before art. Some people don't even have an inner voice. Imagine that. So we made music before art. Only thing we need to make music was our mouths and vocal cords. I suppose we sung songs, didn't we? So I suppose, that would count as... I'd like to read into that a bit further. Whether human beings are recorded as singing songs before they started painting on walls and stuff. Need to make music with our mouths and vocals, sticks and rocks and other stuff. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah,
Relax.
That's interesting.
Not everyone is out to trap you.
If next time I speak to Lim, I'll see if there's any evidence of which one was first. But if maybe it was singing songs first.
It's hardly surprising.
Are there more drugs in the cabinet?
The medicine cabinet is empty. Not pity.
I always took you for more of a drunk than a chemical abuser, Lieutenant Hefreiter. Should we go?
He refers to us by our job title when he's talking about us being a drunk or a chemical abuser. That's pretty fucking underhanded, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Mm-hmm. Dancing is another art form that we most likely did long before we made cave paintings. This is the string. Red thread made of nylon that leads out the room. That's why there was a hole. Because it was the peephole was here, wasn't it? So, I suppose that's the bullet hole, okay.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Mozart's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother's cottage roommate. Blood Eagle is an art we scanned. He did before we got off of work. It was real art, better than those modern arts. Cutting people's heads off and scalping them or whatever. It's hard to trace the really ancient origins of music because it's not necessarily physical evidence. This is the thing, Artificials, is that I think obviously we've got evidence of like jewelry and like ceremonial clothing and stuff, but I suppose music is really hard to, because it's a cultural phenomenon that was conducted by people who have decayed, and they may not have felt the need to record it. Interesting. Blood Eagle is a lot more advanced. Yeah, well, maybe I don't want to know what Blood Eagle is then.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. I remember. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I find that hard to believe, but at this point, what difference does it make? So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything. He is trying to justify it to himself.
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Yeah, it was... Yeah, these... Yeah. The peephole... Hang on. Tied to the antenna.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Yeah, because was the peephole the bullet hole? No. It can't have been a bullet hole because the bullet was inside his head, wasn't it? It was in the back of his soft palate, at the back of his throat. So there would be no bullet hole. The peephole is not the bullet. Okay, sorry. I thought it was in a different place, and I thought maybe I'd missed something, but no. The peephole must have been made by somebody else to spy on guests or whatever. The bullet hole wouldn't be in the wall because the bullet was stuck in his head, so it didn't go through his head into the wall. It was stuck in his head, so there would be no bullet hole in the wall. Otherwise, they would have pointed that out. Okay, excuse me. For a second there, I thought I'd missed something, but I haven't. Go to the island. See, we ain't going to do that, are we?
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Tilly, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid on our stream. Are you still playing GTA? Is the bot going to tell me? Yes, you are playing GTA. I hope you're enjoying it. I've seen the clips. It's been pretty good. Adam, welcome in. How's it going? Bane, welcome in. Been struck by lightning. Duel, hello. Mystery Biscuits. Mystery Biscuits. That is a name. I like that name. That is good. Shellsman, welcome in. Tilly. Just finished it. Got the 100%. GG. GG. Congratulations. All ready for GTA 6 in, like, what, 3 months? Is it November 26th or something? Can't remember. But yeah, that's going to be a biblical moment in gaming. Like a biblical moment. Rick Grimes Dime. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. It's a reference to Tom Scott's show he did with uni friends, Mystery Biscuits. There's a band called Gorilla Biscuits, I think, which is a fucking great name for a band as well. Maybe I just like biscuits, I think. Maybe I just like biscuits. But welcome in, Raiders. Nice to meet you. For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently on my second playthrough of Disco Elysium because I want to try and get the 100% in this game. But it turns out the trophies for this game are very, very obscure. There's lots and lots of dialogue choices you have to do in an order to get certain trophies. So I'm going to have to use a guide on my third playthrough. But I've thoroughly enjoyed revisiting for my second playthrough. 19th of November, I see. Been struck by lightning. Hi, Crumbs. Planning on playing this game, so I'm going to go. Hope you're doing well. Adam, yes, please make sure you preserve yourself, protect yourself from spoilers. Need to head off to bed. Much love. A great stream. Teddy, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. See you next time. Like biscuits too. Yes, it's cool. My BFF interests me to do, and I love it. It's probably one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. I think it's absolutely fucking outstanding in a myriad of ways. I fucking love this game. And yeah, I can't wait to play it a few times to get the 100%. And then obviously in September, we're going to start playing Control. I'm going to replay Control and try and 100% that before the 24th, because Control Resonant comes out on the 24th. So I'm looking forward to that. But yes, they're not here to confirm, so I'll just do a normal shout out. For those of you that didn't come over with the raid, please feel free to check out Telly, the lovely creator I met through Helly and Kate. Mystery Biscuits, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you for adding such a wonderful name to my followers list. I appreciate that. But yes, nice to meet you all. Please feel free to get comfy. Chat if you want to chat. Lurk if you want to lurk. I don't care if you get counted as a viewer or not. I don't give a fuck about that stuff. Just make yourselves comfortable. That's the important thing, is enjoying the vibe of a stream. That's the important thing. Even though everybody else wants to talk about all the other stuff, make yourselves comfortable. I did thank you, big improvement. I could use more work after all. I just took a bullet for...
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that was crazy. To throw a petroleum bomb at him and then miss. Maybe not super effective, but very crazy. I was watching until that, then crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway...
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
Because I part of me wants to redo that whole mercenary tribunal to actually land the fucking petrol bomb, but you know.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Not good for business. Why are they calling it a Molotov cocktail? Well, I mean, Estonia, during the youth of the writer for the game, was communist. So effectively, a lot of the people that worked on the game did live under communism at some point in time. So it is strange that they don't refer to it as a Molotov cocktail, which is kind of, referring to the sort of communistic kind of origins of that particular kind of weaponry. They call it an improvised petroleum bomb. So maybe they're deliberately avoiding it because it's a tropey phrase that's been used over and over again. Is against the communists. Ah, maybe that's why then. By the Finnish. Oh, so the Finnish invented Molotov. So... is Molotov not part of Russia? Or is Molotov Finnish? Molotov Finnish, sorry. Finnish winter rower. Molotov does not exist in the... Well, yeah, this is the thing. That they refer to it as an improvised petroleum bomb, not a Molotov. So, yeah, they're not they refuse to use... but maybe it doesn't exist. Yeah, Molotov maybe as a theory doesn't exist in the universe, possibly. Heading off to bed as well. Seems like more I sleep, the faster I heal. So I'm going to sleep. Enjoy your sleep, Q-Fits. I hope you feel better soon, dude. If you can get out there with the lens and get some pictures. Hopefully cutting all the bushes and stuff isn't too strenuous when you are better, but yeah.
Them. Nice people. But no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by.
Soviet Union's war director, so it's a cocktail because... So it was against the... So maybe that's why they're not referring to it as a Molotov, because it's actually anti-communist. There we go. It was a play on words. They used wine bottles, cocktail bottles to make them, so they made a cocktail for Molotov. Got to run, but definitely stop and see what I've missed. Indeed. Mystery Biscuits, thank you for hanging out. Did I see you next time? Sleep well. So yeah, it's anti-communist, so that's why they won't refer to it. Okay. During the Finnish winter war against the Soviets, trying to take Finland. I see. A little bit of history. A little bit of history.
I'm glad she got out of here before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside, too. Yes, you know, and I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
I think my character's wearing sunglasses. I can't fucking change my clothing during dialogue there.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
If you say it as two different words like that, it sounds like there's something wrong with your accent.
Yeah, well, fuck you too then. Do you have any more questions or stylistic pronunciation advice?
Yes. It's a cat, don't worry. I'm not neglecting an actual child.
He's not too offended.
It's just a little baby cat.
The experience
who wants
has
attention.
changed something in him.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Because, yeah, the thing is, I realise I look down and say, shush, Bubba, not now. And it looks like I'm neglecting a real child, but I'm not. He's just a needy cat. It's a 3-year-old. Nah, I think he's 4. But he is a cat. He is a cat, to clarify. No new dialogue, okay. What about this guy? All about the money, you know. Yeah, I suppose. Considering what happened to the developers of the game afterwards. Oh, shit. Oh, this is going to be a difficult conversation.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer can in welcome.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Cowardly?
Huh? What?
Excuse me, chat. My mute button on my foot pedal isn't working, so I have to manually tap the microphone to mute it. Please excuse me.
Drunk.
Our condolences for your losses.
Does he look like he's okay?
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey.
Another raid.
Of piss, sweat,
Devi,
and booze.
welcome in. It's lovely to see. I saw you on the other day as well. What were you playing? What were you playing? Devi, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. It's nice to see you with a partner badge as well. I know you've been working at streaming for a long, long time. It's very heartwarming to see you with a partner badge as well. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sapphic Menace, Kara Major, Lenny's Log, Gartharaz, excuse me. Dave NH, welcome in. Jasperific, welcome in. Area Scardy, hello. Hey, Brett, how you doing? It's lovely to see you. Hello, I am Creepy. Nice to see you. Eriscardi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Devi, how was stream? What were you playing today? What did the bot say? You were playing Dragon Age Origins. You were playing that the other day as well. It's good to see you again. Really appreciate that. Did some Dragon Age Origins today, almost at the end. How was stream for you today? Yeah, it's been very well. I had a lot of tech issues, so I updated Windows. And Lenny's Log, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Shush, Baba. I'm talking to the Raiders. Shush. Sorry, my cat wants to say it. Come up here and say hello to the Raiders, or be quiet. Come on. Come up here. Sorry, the cat's being silly. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that haven't known, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. I updated my Windows the other day, and that meant my microphone wasn't connected to OBS, and now my mute button doesn't work on my foot pedal. Everything's broken. Technology is a scam. I hate Microsoft. But welcome in. Yes, the kitty. He's just wandered off. He might come back. He does come back sometimes. But yeah, my beloved. Yeah, indeed. Clara Oswald, welcome. Yes, fuck Microsoft. Cara Major, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Tech is the enemy. Yes, it is. It is definitely indeed. Devi, is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip? Would you prefer a non-clip shout out or no shout out? That's perfectly fine. Totally up to you. Thank you for the radio. I appreciate it. If you need to raid and run, I completely appreciate that as well. But yes, welcome in, everybody. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK called Breadcrumbs. On my second playthrough of Disco Elysium, I want to try and play through the game a couple of times to get 100% trophies or achievements, I suppose they're called on Steam. But the trophies in this game are very complex. They're not just go here and do this, do side quests and get a trophy. It's more make your character as communist as possible, or make your character as fascist as possible, or like make your partner hate you. It's kind of a bit of a weird game in that sense. But yeah, Clip Roulette sounds fun. Also need to lurk and grab food to avoid spoilers, but I'm here to support in the background. Thank you, Dev. I appreciate that. Like I say, it's very heartwarming to see somebody I've known from streaming for years to have the partner badge. I know you've been working at that for a long, long time, so it's lovely to see. Anyway, non-raiders, please feel free to say hello to our friend Debbie, who just raided. Lovely creator's been doing stream for a long, long time, playing Dragon Age Origins at the moment. But I think, no, that's not Baldur's Gate, is it? That's Dragon Age, isn't it? I think I haven't played either of them very much. So, shush, Baba. Excuse me. The cat wants to be the center of attention. I'm still streaming, Baba. Anyway, but yes, thank you again. Thank you for everyone staying in with the race. It's very PogChamp of you. I appreciate that. Please feel free to get cozy and get comfy. Don't feel obliged to chat if you don't want to. It's perfectly valid to lurk if you want. I don't mind. I don't care whether you counter as a viewer. All I care about is if you have a good time and being comfortable and being cozy and feeling at peace in the stream is the most important thing, even though everybody else seems to be obsessed with everything else.
He wasn't. That's the thing.
I'm sure I run away because I haven't finished the game. Yes, please protect yourself from spoilers, everybody. It was Baldur's Gate 3 because I didn't see the HUD at the bottom. I don't know if you. There's usually a HUD at the bottom showing the character, but like I said, I haven't played that one very much. Well, I've watched people play it. I haven't played it myself, but yeah. It was a communist apocalypse cop in my playthrough, and High Inland Empire my playthrough. I had a great time. Yes, yeah, Inland Empire and Half-Light and Shivers, very interesting attributes, but Volition, my goat. Some of Volition's dialogue cuts through me like a fucking knife. Some of the the dialogue in general in this game just arrests me. It's so fucking good. I love this game so much.
There's nothing left.
But yeah, we played it. We played roughly a year ago, and I haven't stopped thinking. I've played multiple other games since, and I haven't stopped thinking about this game. I had to come back to it. It's just so fucking good.
It's survivor's guilt. He feels like he should have died with others. He may kill himself if he doesn't find a new purpose, or else go on in this way. Not dead, but not really living either.
What? Sons of bitches.
Was this really the best idea? I guess you may have prolonged his existence a bit, if he can still remember this when he sobers up.
If you think this will keep him from offing himself, I'll make sure to remind him. So far, I've just been pouring whiskey in him to keep him sedated.
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys. No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now? Me? No, man. I'm not a leader. You know, Titus only recruited me because I play the guitar. Said the team could use the morale boost.
If any of them had leadership capacity beside Titus, it's him. Keep encouraging him.
What? Fuck no. If I'd stay, we'd keep the name to honor Titus. Titus was, but thanks for the vote of confidence. If I don't stick around, it's all over. So, I guess I sort of have to now.
Already feeling the responsibility of a leader.
Yeah, man. You know, you got this.
I haven't got shit, Al.
There's something there. A germ of determination. He knows he has no choice but to rise to the occasion.
Yep.
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh, yeah. He said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
She's gone. Face it. Move on. There's no catching her this time around.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
Right, chat. Are you ready for one of the most significant moments in the game?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
One day I will return to your side. I can't save.
This was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Volition is my guy, yeah. Some of the dialogue from Volition just absolutely decimates me. This is somewhere to be. This is all you have. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. And, you know, weave this into the story of you. Walk out of its ruins. Save those who still can be saved. I'm on your side. It's going to stick with me for the rest of my life. I'm genuinely considering getting weave this into the story of you tattooed on my body somewhere, because it's such a poignantly unapologetic phrase about how life is going to fuck with you a little bit, and you have to be willing to accept it and take it into the fold and move forward. Nobody's getting out of this alive, and nobody's perfect. Life isn't fair. A certain amount of shit is bound to come your way, and if you can't learn to process it and deal with it, it's going to eat you alive. You've got to weave it into your story and move forwards. Yeah. Cat is also screaming for food, so I feel Cat is the center of attention. That's Cat's law. Yes. Come up here and say hello then. Come on. Come say hello to the Raiders. Come on. Come on. Don't just stare at me. Come on. He'll jump up in a second.
And blood.
Come on, Baba.
Some of it is
heavy fuel oil.
Oops, excuse me.
Isn't that flammable?
Oh, there it is, the logo from your BRB screen. It is. Yes. So for those of you that came over in the raid that haven't met me before,
just started. It means it's 80% humidity here. It was 90.
I am quite fond of this game. It has been my BRB screen and my starting soon screen for a very long time. And I also redesigned my logo to match the font of the game as well. So yeah, I have been obsessed with this game for quite some time, basically.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message. The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
I listen to motivational Volition quotes when I need to. Yeah, I mean, there's YouTube videos where it's just all the Volition dialogue back to back, and it's like, it can genuinely realign my understanding of the world and make me feel better about things sometimes. It's that powerful. The road to healing is going to be a long one. You will make it. Stay the course. Oh yeah, stay the course. You will make it someday. Yeah. There's so many lines of dialogue in the game that are so powerful, but Volition has several of them. For me, Volition has multiple lines that will echo in the back of my mind for the rest of my life, you know. And so I had to come back and play the game again. And I'm gonna try and do 100%.
Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
But yes, unfortunately, chat, we do have an ad break coming up. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'm glad we could get that out of the way before the ad break. Need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a wrap and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking, you want to follow without being called out, that's perfectly valid. I understand completely. On the BRB screen, I don't have any alerts for follows over there. So if you want to follow secretly, you can do over there if you want. But I know some people don't want to be called out. They just want to follow and not be picked out or anything. So yeah, I appreciate the follows, but obviously if you don't want to be called out, that's also totally valid as well. But yeah, I've got an asset studio decompiler for video games, so I can decompile this game and like find all of the dialogue options and play them. But there's obviously thousands, so you know it's difficult to find the ones I want, but I want to just take all of Volition's and have them as like a random redeem on the stream at some point. But yes, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back in just a moment.
Bathroom just started. It means it's 80% humidity here. It was 92% humidity
It was 92% humidity the other day. And as a 39-year-old man, when it gets above 85% humidity, I'm going through baby powder like there's no fucking tomorrow. I swear to God, it looks like I was baking a fucking cake in the bathroom. I'm just fucking covering myself. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, might as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. No, that is bad. That is bad.
Sam, your cargo has suffered catastrophic damage. You
Whoops.
can't complete the order.
Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Thank you, Krill. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scottish Line. Confronting memories in the past is akin to the discovery of new possibilities. Yeah, no, I'm okay. You know, I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. We don't even fat roll that bad. I think we're mid-rolling. Look at this. Look at this. Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. Go, those cheeks, goddamn. This is it, right? Snake is caked the fuck up. They shouldn't call him Solid Snake. They should call him Solid Cake, because he is thick as fuck. With a backstab. With a backstab. Fucking hell. That worked. Should put the cat cam so it's like you're wearing him as a hat. Move him out of there. Fuck him. But now we need to change the redeem to be hat cam. All I gotta do is not crash. we not attach this one? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Mr. Motivational Volition quotes. He's back on the way back. Summer Dip and mock Love Island contestants with her for laughs. Have a good one, lad. Stabby, thank you for hanging out, dude. See you next time. Right, where are we going? What are we doing? So we need to go to the island, don't we? Go to the island, find the murder weapon, find the helmet in the reeds. The dream sequence, once we sleep on the island, is where we offer the figures to Dolores Day. We can't ask Claudia about Sunday night because she's gone. Determine where the shotgun. We're going to do that on the island. That's our one of our last tasks. So has not Renee.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench.
Yeah. I want to speak to... Oh, shit. I want to speak to the guy. Any new dialogue, brother?
Dieu, you set it on fire. What kind of a policeman are you? That's nice. Better somehow. Can I help in any way? Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want?
Okay. I can only choose one of those initial dialogue options. Yeah, I wonder if Bird Nest Roy's got anything to say. Is it Bird Nest or Bird's Nest Roy? I can't remember. Excuse me.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics. In its purest form. Now, what can I do for you?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
No.
Wow, a very large...
I don't know if
red
anyone else
t-shirt
has got
with
this
an
right,
impressive print
but I feel
stands
like
out
I
from the other
misclick
garb.
options way more on the second playthrough. I think over the updates that they've put out for the game, they slowly broke stuff. Because I wasn't misclicking stuff before.
A giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning.
Sniff the t-shirt.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed teas, but this one was just pure exemplar. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. But I do think the Hjelmdalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Hjelmdal really existed, but they're wrong. I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Yeah, the stories have manifested them into, like, pop culture memory.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say. Stop talking about this nerd stuff. It will make you weedy. Buy the damn shirt already. It's powerful.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I suppose that makes sense, yes. Please go ahead and take it. Welcome to Hjelmdal.
Okay, I just blagged the shirt for free. Love it. But it's because the Superstar Cop is one of the trophies I'm trying to get. And I don't know, what I can do is I can check physical instrument shivers, but -2 authority because it's a casual t-shirt. Okay, that makes sense. I can check here, like what all the stuff, and I need to check how much you need to be. Superstar Cop, I'm 15. Sorry Cop, I'm 15. Communist, I'm 33. So that should do it. Fascist, I'm 17. It's a bit high. Good Cop, Bad Cop, I'm 12. I think some of them the threshold is 10, but the trophy hasn't popped, so I need to double check basically. But yeah, it's pretty cool that it tells you how far down each particular sort of ideological path you're going. But yes, I didn't realize the trophies were going to be quite as complicated. I thought, yeah, as long as I do a playthrough where I just try and do every check until I get it, I should do every side mission, speak to every conversation, and hopefully unlock as many trophies as possible, but it really hasn't panned out that way. What's the matter, Bub? You gonna come say hello to the raiders or not? You're just gonna stand there and shout at me like a goblin? You being a goblin? You little goblin boy? Oh, come here and say hello. Oh. This is Assistant Director Artorius. He is in charge of the back end of the stream. He likes to get in the way and be the center of attention. Don't you? Don't you? Yes, he's shouting at me because that's what he does. See, look at this. It's this weird, like, shadow thing not working properly. I'm pretty sure they've broken it with updates.
What happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Got shot.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Look at you. You can barely walk. Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should have seen the other guys there all dead.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead. Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
What if I want to rock?
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff. You got that?
Of course.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. We sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
The physical instrument said that, but I feel like there's a couple of other mental aspects that could have said that, you know, that was really cool, boasting your bacterial infection like that. because it wasn't. It was kind of weird. But I'm clicking on the weirdest stuff because that's kind of the idea of this playthrough, is to just click on as much stuff as possible, try and do as much as I can in one playthrough, so I don't have to like redo a whole playthrough to just do one side quest to get one bit of dialogue if that's trophy related. But yeah.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that
be my guess?
Oh shit.
They have a strange way of talking.
Sorry.
See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Right, we can speak to those kids as well, just in case.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do
Just say children are stupid.
And that iron. That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And they're alive.
Oh shit, sorry.
The fire guy comes
I keep
around
clicking the
us.
fucking dialogue option before it's finished, sorry.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy. There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
maybe you're stupid. Don't say that. He's a police officer.
Yeah, it's strange that you can run, even though you're not supposed to. I feel like you should have to walk. Like, even if you double click, you should have to walk. You shouldn't just say, "Oh, that hurts your leg." You know, it should like legitimately like stop you running. In my humble opinion. Right, do a hard save there just in case we need to come back to this point.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Yeah, I mean, that's on the island, that's on the island, that's on the island during a sleep sequence, that's on the island, that we can't do anything about it because class isn't there anymore. So that's just going to have to be unresolved, unfortunately, because I forgot I needed to wait for Kim to go away to go back and speak to class about Sunday night anyway. I forgot class disappears. But yeah, we've literally done everything else. We've done pretty much everything else.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What?
What? How else are we going to blast Sade?
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last Want to be free.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Hello there, the Red Sorrow. Welcome in. Nice to meet you.
In the silence,
Hope you're having a good time playing this game. Yes.
A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
It's my second playthrough, and I think this is definitely one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. I think that basically everything it does in such a uniquely creative and perfect way that I played it a year ago and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. It's some of the dialogue in this game is going to echo in the back of my head for the rest of my life. It's fucking absolutely outstanding.
There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
If proves the bomb's powerful enough to break the foundation. Right. Oh, second playthrough, very nice. Yes, it's like playing literature. Disco Elysium is the best book I've ever played. Like, it's like the dialogue, the characters, the writing, the voice acting, the art style, the story. It just fucking ticks every box so fucking hard. And although I think updates to the game over the years have broken it, I don't remember it being... There's a few things that aren't quite perfect anymore. When I first played it, everything was absolutely fucking bulletproof and perfect. So I might see if I can get a previous version of the game to download. Because, yeah, there's some lighting bugs and a few other bits and pieces that are a little bit glitchy, but other than that, it's been fine. But yeah, it's arguably one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. I put it up there with stuff like The Godfather, Red Dead Redemption 2, Bloodborne, Tunic, and a few other games that I love, Signalis. You know, it's... Yeah, it's just absolutely dripping with quality and creativity at almost every corner. Yeah. This might be the first game I ever make a video essay about. Because, yeah, it's absolutely fucking outstanding in so many ways.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Excuse me.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Some people hate it due to the fact it has commie propaganda, but me on the other side, I love it because of this. Well, yeah, I mean, Estonia, the writers and the artists who lived in Estonia, it was communist. Like, it was what they grew up in a communist environment. So technically, the people that made the game are communist, you know. And like many political ideologies or socioeconomic frameworks, if it's done right, you know, it could be perfect. Capitalism could be perfect. Socialism could be perfect. I'm not going to say fascism is included in that because I don't think it is. But yeah, I think that a notion that everybody should get like a basic, you know, everyone should kind of be taken care of equally is important. Even if it doesn't really equate for hard work and providing more to society. You know, somebody that does one thing that's actually much more beneficial to society than the other. There is an inequality of outcome there. Stairs to your ancient soldiers' feet ran up them a long time ago. Long ago, sorry. So yeah, there's aspects of communism that I feel underrepresent how important some people's roles within society are. But the current late-stage capitalistic hellscape that we find ourselves living in is proof that capitalism just filters all the money to the top and leaves everybody else to fight for what's left, which is not a good outcome, but we're living through it right now. Private ownership of energy, housing, food, transport, in the UK at least, has made the quality of life of the working class sufficiently worse, and yeah. Revachol is basically post-Soviet Estonia. Yep. Capitalism's priority is making sure people are equal, yes. Capitalism's priority is making the people that own things rich. That's what it's for, and that's what it does, and that's what it's done. Yep. That is what we are living through right now. Late-stage capitalism, where people that already had more than enough money spent the money they didn't need buying everything that was left, and now there's nothing left to buy. And because they've bought everything, nobody else can own anything, and therefore they will remain wealthy and powerful ad infinitum. And they can basically charge whatever the fuck they want because nobody can do anything about it.
This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communist Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter. No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
Yep, the rate of profit is falling, and because of this, the ruling class has no other choice but to invade other countries and conquer their markets in order to establish a new source of profit. Surplus value, the unpaid labour of the working class. Exploitation of labour laws in other parts of the world that don't have, minimum wage or maximum working hours and stuff. And we've entered into an era of capitalism where, because so much of the wealth has siphoned itself to the top, well, not siphoned itself, but because so much of the wealth has been siphoned to the top by the wealthy elite, we're in a situation where the working class doesn't have enough disposable income to engage with the products and services that make the money, as you quite rightly point out. So when you have a consumerist culture and you can't sell something for more money, you make it for less, which is why everything is a cheap piece of shit, even though it's expensive. Because if you can't make something for less and you can't sell it for, if you can't sell it for more, you make it for less, which is why everything's been gutted. Every single thing, cars, TVs, phones, watches, clothing, everything has been absolutely stripped of all quality. And everything is as cheap and disposable as possible because the consumerism that, disposable items perpetuate is what makes them money.
Symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the
And the trouble is, because the consumerism requires money, and whenever you spend money, you pay tax, the government is indirectly complicit in this entire financial framework because they're getting tax revenue from all the money we have to spend on things that we have to replace because they break and fall apart. So yeah, anyway,
years,
not to be all fucking negative or anything, but yeah.
To hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter.
Yeah, this game is very unapologetically honest about some of the political ideologies, which I respect immensely.
One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
I'd like to hear your opinion of Marxism, Leninism, if you have the time. I would probably need to do a bit more reading on it fully to clarify exactly which parts of Marxism, although it does sound like I've, but I would probably need to refresh my memory a little bit on the specific, the exact kind of point of Marxism and Leninism. But yeah, obviously making sure that everybody is cared for on paper sounds perfectly reasonable, but obviously, like as I say, if we don't acknowledge the fact that there are some roles within society that provide a lot more for society, people become fed up and then revolutions happen and then we end up with capitalism anyway.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right.
Oh, I think we need to find where we turn that on. Yeah, I'd like to hear commodities are made in a cheap way due to the fact that we're under imperialist capitalism and social phenomena such as consumerism and natural under capitalism. Yes, consumerism is a requirement for people to make money out of selling you things that they own. You have to persuade people to to buy and consume things at a rate that's obviously not good for the planet because we're fucking the planet, right? Even just outside of energy usage, we use so much energy to manufacture the amount of stuff we need because everything breaks and everybody wants you to buy a new one rather than fixing the one you've got. We're manufacturing things at such a rate that we're destroying the planet because of the energy requirements due to the manufacturing requirements.
It's puts his hand on the
fucking
metal
brain
barrel,
dead. We live on a fucking very peculiar timeline.
It's cold, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
What you're mentioning is not a new thing. You see, under the first phase of communism, i.e. socialism, the members of society are not yet economically equal. Yes. Because yes, within socialism... Yeah, no, I would need to do a bit more reading. I would need, before I could speak with any confidence, which is what I should be doing.
If anyone
I would need to do a bit more reading, but yeah.
They'd need a generator. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Why are people not yet economically equal? Because the productive forces of society are not that developed enough to make sure the members of society are economically equal. Yeah, well, I mean, there are arguments that with the amount of manufacturing infrastructure we have, it is perfectly possible for everyone to be catered for in many different regards, but we just won't do it because people like making profit from it. But we could make enough food and enough shelter and enough electricity to basically keep everybody on the planet sustained. You know, we wouldn't be able to do much more beyond that, but yeah, in terms of
a makeshift cupboard, they are not particularly well organized.
In terms of creating a socially equilibrious sort of like base for everyone to exist on, yeah, it's possible. Excuse me. Yeah, we could easily manufacture enough food, and we have enough shelter, and yeah, we have enough electricity, we have enough water, we have enough bread. Yeah, we have enough. We're just not giving it to people because capitalism has allowed the wealthy elite to buy everything, and therefore they choose to sell it back to us. And yeah, the wealth inequality that generates as a result is clear. That's why there's more millionaires and billionaires every so often. But yeah, the only problem is that if you keep doing this, eventually the working class will revolt. And although I am in that working class that is being trampled by the wealthy billionaires and everything else, I don't want there to be violence. I don't want there to be bloodshed. I'm not really one for violence. You know, I've experienced violence in my life as a man, unfortunately, at the behest of other people. And yeah, I realize that it doesn't really fucking solve anything, and it's a scalable concept that, you know, having a fight with somebody won't solve anything the same way having a war with another country won't really solve anything, because nobody really wins. Everybody comes away with damage, be it physical, emotional, mental, damages to your freedoms. You know, if you win a fight but they put you in prison, you know, did you win? You know, that person, their wounds healed after a couple of months, but you're doing 8 years for GBH. Did you really win? I don't think so, you know? And not being able to tie your shoelaces, not being able to brush your teeth because your hands are all swollen, I don't think that's a win. I think you just exhibited a very, you know, a very barbaric and primitive version of what you are as a sentient human being. I think you gave in to some base desire. And And yeah, that's the thing about the first world and consumerism is it's so good at placating base desires, but the truly meaningful things that fulfill us, you can't put a price tag on those, so we just apparently don't care about them, right? The respect of your peers and the love of a good woman and, you know, the confidence and the ability to perceive the world around you with empathy and compassion. You can't really sell that to somebody, you know? Those are sort of, you know, journeys that people take throughout life and they learn as they get older. But because you can't put a price on it, nobody talks about it, you know? But that new sports car, it's going to make everybody think you're really fucking cool. And yeah, don't forget the expensive watch. And yeah, while you're at it, you need yourself a really expensive pair of designer shoes because, you know, if you don't have a pair of designer shoes, who's going to take you seriously? Everyone's going to laugh at you, you know? And it's like, fucking hell, man. Like,
most are soft covers, serialized.
They have to sell us the idea before they can sell us the product.
From the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
You ever wondered why they don't unilaterally create schools that are for all walks of life and all, you know, economic backgrounds? Because if you leveled it off and you didn't allow the economic disparity between poor families and rich families to hit people at a young age, you wouldn't be able to instill that desperation to become rich in young people. When you're really young, if you're having a good life and you're having a good time and you don't know that there's a better life out there with other families that have more money, you're having a good childhood. But guess what? Those cartoons you watch, what do they advertise left and right of it? Really fucking expensive toys that your family can't afford. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting that they're allowed to do shit like that. And then when you start playing video games, kids' video games, games specifically designed for kids, gambling. Grooming kids into gambling. Loot boxes, fucking roulette wheels, card games, you know, mystery chances. They're grooming kids into gambling. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. But yeah. Why people not see equal opportunity because of productive forces. Yes, sorry, I have read that one. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I haven't missed a message. There was a few of them. But yeah, it's fucking scary, dude, because I see, like, you know, FIFA and Fortnite and other games that are popular with a wide range of ages, and there's games of chance, and EA and Ubisoft are like arguing this in court over and over again. It's like a Kinder egg, you know, you don't know what you're going to get. Well, yeah, you do. You're going to get a toy, you know, but you're going to get something in the loot box. Yeah, but there's a significant financial hierarchy to how much certain things are worth. And there's definitely manufactured scarcity because these are not real objects that are made from finite resources. They are digital assets, which everybody could have if you made the ratios and the, you know, the percentages and the chance of getting something, but you don't. You make certain things incredibly rare, and then you generate income off of marketplaces that spring up around rare online digital items, even though those items have no physical, tangible, you know, materials. They are just made up digital pixels on a screen. And yeah, it's fucking crazy. I remember talking to somebody about cryptocurrency. They were explaining cryptocurrency to me, and I was like, yeah, but yeah, there have been like skins and models in games that sell for real money because of their inherent value, because of their scarcity. But their scarcity is more manufactured than like hype beast rare clothing drops, where there's actually a physical product that only exists in a small quantity because they've only made or chose to make a small quantity. In video games, they make like 50 million of something that, you know, can be really easy to get hold of, so it's worth nothing. But then they make one skin that's like a 1 in a 15 million chance to get, and that skin is now worth to people that collect things in games, which is an inherent social behavior. They did it with baseball cards, they did it with coins, they did it with all kinds of stuff. Why not stuff in video games? But yeah, it's fucking disgusting, dudes.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
But yeah, whenever I see, like, you know, gambling-esque mechanics in games, I'm like, oh, that's fucking disgusting, dudes.
Someone's made themselves a home.
A white check, yeah. I want to. So this is conceptualization. Okay. Have I got any clothes to boost my conceptualization? The glasses do, don't they? Conceptualization is that a yellow skill? No, it's a blue one, isn't it? Yeah, blue. Extremely sorry, friend. My internet just got disconnected due to the fact that my country is getting attacked right now. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Please make sure you look after yourself. Don't feel obliged to stay and have the conversation. If you need to take shelter, please take shelter. Please don't apologize. It's not your fault, and it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. But please, I won't get upset. I won't be worried. I won't get upset, and I won't take it the wrong way. If you need to take shelter, you need to take shelter. Your safety is the prime concern. But yes, hopefully the attack doesn't last long, and hopefully nobody's injured. Or worse. Conceptualization, isn't it? Blue skill. Yes. You seem to be as a reasonable person. Do you have any Telegram account so I can contact you later? Not really a Telegram account, but obviously I do have social media and stuff, and I'm on Twitch and everything. So like, obviously you're more than welcome to hang out in streams and discuss things. But as I say, I probably need to do a bit more reading before I could get into any sort of advanced political ideologies and discussions about that sort of stuff, because it has been some time since I've read anything in any real detail. I'm aware that I am anti-capitalist because I'm living in the negative effects of capitalism because it can't be regulated. Just like any other political ideology, a lack of regulation is always going to cause a problem, and that's what we're experiencing. Is, you know, a lack of regulation and just human greed. It doesn't matter whether it's communism, doesn't matter if it's socialism or capitalism. Human greed will always find a way to unbalance a system, and we refuse to acknowledge that as a species and as a society, and as a result, we continue to allow things to become incredibly unfair to the majority of people, and as a result, everybody is desperate for work,
soft covers, cereal,
desperate for food, desperate for energy, and yeah,
soft covers, serialized, fantastique. And detectives. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life-affirming.
I'd be really happy.
Literature.
What you just said once proved to me you are reasonable.
Such as
I appreciate that.
and Uzia. It's not exactly like reading.
This is it. Is after, like I say, I have done reading, but in terms of advanced ideological political theory and everything, I would probably need to do a bit more reading before I could discuss it with any real confidence. And as a content creator, I don't like talking about things that I don't have a vested sort of knowledge and interest in, because I feel like it's a bit pretentious to... I know talking after everything I've just said, I know calling out pretension is obviously a bit far-fetched, but yeah, I'm happy to talk about these sort of things, but I would probably need to be educated more to have a discussion about them. And I feel like you want to have a discussion about them, and I feel like I would be ill-equipped to have a proper discussion with you, and I'd rather be transparent about that with you, because I think that's the best policy. Even if it does make me look a little bit stupid, but yeah. But no, I realise at 41 years of age, capitalism has not panned out the way it's supposed to, and people say capitalism is the only thing that works, but if it worked, we wouldn't have to pump millions of pounds into the economy to kickstart it every time it falls over. It obviously doesn't work, and it hasn't established wealth distribution that allows the quality of life to be an obtainable thing people can work towards. People can't work themselves from the lower class into the working class, into the middle class, into the upper class, into wealth. People can't do that. Generationally, families get poorer. Ownership of everything that's vital to survival and quality of life means that the greed of a handful of people is making the entire country suffer, and that's not an outcome. That's not a good outcome. It's not the outcome we want. So capitalism hasn't panned out. Socialism, I appreciate there's concerns about the fact that socialism becomes communism. Communism treats everyone the same, which sounds great on paper until you realize, as I mentioned earlier, certain roles within society have a significantly greater impact on the positive aspects of societal growth. And therefore, I think it is somewhat a bit unfair or unlikely to be maintained, because there are going to be people that realize they're contributing a lot more to society than someone else. And therefore, you end up with, without a currency, you end up with bartering, but bartering begets currency. Currency then creates all of the shit we have in the financial sectors of the world. And yeah, but it's human greed. It's very respectable. Well, yeah, and this is I try and understand people's points of view, and I realize that, you know, through meditation you begin to understand that everybody is just trying to be happy, and lots of different people have lots of different ways of going about it. Some ways are more detrimental to others than others, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think that once you understand that the core purpose and the desire to be happy is a humane aspect, it's, you know, it's an aspect of life that people want to be happy, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to be happy. It's the manner in which people go about seeking happiness and validation, and the way that certain mindsets feel that cannibalizing others for your own happiness is acceptable when it isn't. Actually, happiness is something we should collectively generate on our own, but collectively as well, you know? And I think that socioeconomic frameworks that remove this kind of aggressive hierarchy where somebody has more money than you, so they're just a better person. It's like, no, they have nicer clothes, but morally they're not a better person. In fact, capitalism has proved that hard work isn't rewarded as much as moral bankruptcy. Like, if you are morally bankrupt and kind of a bit evil, you can do well in a capitalist society, which is why I don't think capitalism is the best choice. I think there are definitely markets and sectors of the world that are always going to have capitalistic nature, and therefore they kind of need to be regulated but allowed to compete, because competition drives the markets forward. However, other socioeconomic aspects of housing, energy, food, you know, clothing, transport, you know, these sort of basic stuff, this basic principle stuff that just needs to be kind of regulated. You need a much more socialist approach to make trains and buses and, you know, food, shelter, like housing and stuff, and clothing. It needs to be, you know, much more sort of, you know, obtainable for the average person. If you want to work super fucking hard and have a bigger house, cool. If you want to work super hard and have a nicer car, cool. You know, I'm not saying you can't be successful. If you're very successful and you don't spend the money in the economy, you are one of the reasons why money is big. Because this is it. I don't give a fuck if you make £20 million a year. If you spend £20 million a year and have the fucking amazing lifestyle, then fine, because you're putting the money back into the economy. It's important to remember it's not your money. It's just your turn to play with it, right? That's how an economy works. But no, people want to fucking hoard all of this money in bank accounts so they've got a bigger number on the screen than somebody else, while everyone else is struggling to earn enough money to fucking pay their rent and eat at the same time. In a first world country, it's crazy.
Ooh,
absolutely crazy.
I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around.
Then what you're saying is answered in Marx, Engels. Yeah, this is it. Like I say, I have done some reading. So some of the things I talk about are definitely Marxism. Some of them might be considered socialism. Some of them, like I say, some of them might be considered capitalism. This is the thing. Is like, I don't have a problem with competitive markets that are regulated and self-contained, and therefore not a threat to other more well-established and more important markets that provide things like healthcare and food and water and energy, because those things should never be caught up in the kind of competitive and volatile nature of a capitalistic and, you know, competitive market. Yeah, if you guys want to sort of, you know, sell new technology and sell land and you want to outbid each other and stuff, and there's some sort of, you know, stock market where the speculative value of things generates, you know, income and all of that sort of stuff, you're not going to be able to take it away. People make too much money from it. But I think we need to segregate, or what's the word? What's the word for cleaning something? I can't remember the fucking word. Segregate, I'll have to do. We should be segregating certain things, that there should not be for-profit organizations that are solely responsible for the provision of important sort of, you know, survival-centric things like food and energy and housing. These things should never be generating so much profit, because they are things human beings can't do without, and therefore the temptation for people to set the price way above and beyond what's reasonable because human beings don't have a choice, yeah, that's obviously significantly detrimental to the quality of life of the large majority of the country, which is, yeah. So, yeah. currently you have social democratic ideas, which most of the time have been bridged to most people becoming Marxist and Leninist. This is it. This is it. The thing is, everyone's like, how can you not believe in the way things are going? It's like, I'm 41 years old. I have seen 4 once in a lifetime financial crashes. I have seen 4. AI is about to be the 5th. AI is about to be the 5th once in a lifetime significant economic downturn or financial event, negative financial event, or crash, as I like to call it. I'm not going to soften it up. But yeah, human greed has caused the economy to fall over in such a big way that it then has long-lasting financial and economic detriment to the vast majority of people. And it's going to happen again. And I remember losing my job in 2008. I got sacked by somebody who then he got sacked himself for incompetence months later, maybe a year later. He was a fucking useless manager. He sacked me for gross misconduct when it wasn't, and I managed to argue that, in the middle of a fucking recession, the 2008 recession. And I remember being like, wow, you have thrown me to the fucking lions. But I ended up getting a job in sales, and then I ended up doing a bunch of stuff with that company, and now I work from home for that company on the best wage I've ever had in my life. So every cloud, right? But yeah, I remember getting fucking cut loose from a job I've been doing for 5 years in the middle of a recession.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Heaven help that bloke. If I see him, heaven fucking help that bloke if I see him.
There's some in the communist students' room.
Because yeah, if he came over to me to try and apologize, I would have to try very hard. Like I say, I don't believe in violence, but what he did derailed my career at the time. I was going to be an electrical engineer. I was working on arcade machines and various different coin-operated machinery, learning all sorts of stuff about electromechanics and stuff, and electricity, and controlling servo motors and programming them to do certain things. I was learning all sorts of stuff about electromechanical engineering. And I was going to try and go into that as a career, and then they fucking cut that off. So I had to find another career. And I did, luckily, but yeah.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Wasn't there something over this railing? I swear there was something over this railing. Did I pick it up already? Excuse me. Solipsist, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Right, let me get a save down there, because unfortunately it is after 11 o'clock, so it is time for me to call it. YouTube, I found out we can raid out on YouTube, but I don't know how, so I'm going to have to end the YouTube stream there. But everybody that watches the YouTube videos, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching through another one. Apologies I do so much yapping, but it is a very, very conversation-heavy game. It does get me quite juiced to talk about things, and I also have a lovely community of people to talk to, so I apologize. But yes, you can always fast forward them on the YouTube video. That's one of the beauties of the YouTube VODs, is they're up there forever, and you guys can fast forward them if you want. But yes, thank you to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. I appreciate you guys. The next stream will be on Saturday, midday onwards. So I'll be live on both Twitch and YouTube. Please feel free to tune in whichever place suits you the best. But yes, thank you, YouTube. I'll see you next time. Red Sorrow, thank you for hanging out, dude. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. You mentioned that attack earlier. I hope that isn't too serious. And hopefully we see you again soon. But yes, look after yourself. Like I say, please make sure you're seeking shelter when needed. It is important that you keep safe. But yeah,